a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms.
Let me open this annual conference here at the College of Europe Natolin campus. The annual conference organized by the students crowd who was engaged in the long year preparation of the event today. My name is Art Lorkowski. I'm a mentor of this group of students. We call them NEST. And I wanted to welcome you warmly this morning, this beautiful day in Natolin for the conference. The topic of this year's conference was selected very carefully, but the topic is also very future-oriented, unfortunately. The topic which is about to elaborate today on the climate crisis and the multifaceted security paradigm. The objective today is to elaborate on the nexus between the climate change and the security policies and the climate-related risks which are inducing they are inducing security risks in Europe and beyond Europe. And I would like to thank very much students for picking up this topic for this year's conference, because by doing that they have already provided a very good platform for discussion and for all of us gathering today, including those who will be the speakers at the conference. Today's conference will be elaborating on three topics. Those topics will be organized around three panels, three of them collecting very distinctive speakers, and I would now introduce you to the topics of today's conference. The first panel will be elaborating on the energy security and the climate change relationships, so that we want to elaborate deeper what are the relationships, what are the interlinks, what are the junctions between the changes caused by the climate change and what are the impacts on the energy security. And I'm very glad that Dr. Beatriz Martinez-Romera is joining us today and will be leading not only this panel but also the concluding part of the conference today. In the second panel, we want to elaborate more on the very specific cases of the climate-induced conflicts on different levels, not necessarily from the geo-perspective or pertinent for the geopolitical perspective, but we also want to elaborate more on the approaches how to deconflict those tensions which were induced or provoked by the climate changes. And I'm very happy that Noor Mahmet, students of the college, decided to lead this discussion and be a chair of this panel. Finally, the third panel will be devoted to the tensions between the climate-related risks and impacts and the changes in the economic realities. I'm very happy that Nada Mohammed is chairing this panel, and I hope that together with the speakers we will have opportunity to dive into in that topic, elaborating on different elements of the economic security, starting from food through the financial markets, and explore dependencies between the climate and the economic security. The conference today will be concluded by a panel chaired by Beatriz, where we would like to elaborate on the takeaways and identify some preliminary conclusions for further elaboration. And by doing that, we want to contribute to the broader discussion on how the climate-related aspects are changing the security situation in Europe and globally. Let me also thank all of the speakers. They decided to submit papers for the conference today, but also those speakers who will be invited then to participate in the next step, which is the work on the publication. We want to have the follow-up publication, which would be explaining deeper the concepts being presented today. And I'm very proud to present to you not only actually 3 publications we have already issued. All of them, they are available to you in the waiting room. And we hope that this year conference would also result in the very similar publication so that we can proudly contribute not only to the debate, but also to the academic research and to the academic elaborations on the topics which we believe are pertinent for the climate debate in Europe and globally. Having said that, I think we are ready to enter into the first panel, and I would like to invite you, Beatriz, to take over from that point and to dive into the first panel discussion with our distinguished speakers. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the introduction. Welcome to this first panel of the 6th Climate and Energy Transition NEST conference. I am truly delighted to be back here in College of Europe, Natolin. This is a very inspiring setting for much needed critical conversations. This year we are focusing on climate and security, which cannot be any more topical. My name is Bea Martinez. I work at the University of Copenhagen at the Faculty of Law. I am an associate professor in environmental and climate change law. I head the Center for Climate Change Law and Governance, CLIMA, there, and I am the editor-in-chief of the academic journal. It's a global journal called Climate Law. So you probably have heard about that. It has been going on for 15 years. Let me start by thanking Ambassador Artur Lokorski for championing this initiative every year, for the fantastic support, being mentor of this NEST. Also to Barbara and to Georgios for inviting me this year. I'm truly humble and honored to be here for the second time. I'm happy to return on my role as part of the scientific committee that put together the conference, chairing a couple of panels, and also being entrusted to be editor for the book that, as Ambassador Lorkowski said, we're going to put together after the conference. So I'm very much looking forward to working with all the presenters and on improving your contributions to do this publication. Follow-up information will come, I guess, from the organizers. So again, coming back to the topic of the day, we live in an era that is really marked by climate, energy, security, geopolitics, conflicts. And the topic is very interesting in that connection because we are going through a profound transformation in the world. Climate change has a double-sided side with regards to security. On the one hand, climate is a source of risk for security. We can think about conditions such as food security, water security, migration, competition for resources, conflicts emerging from this strength, this stressor that climate change can be. And on the other side, responses to climate change can pose significant stress as well to the ongoing system. So especially for vulnerable groups, if we think about energy, for example, which is the topic of this panel, we see in the so-called energy trilemma 3 values: energy security, affordability, and of course sustainability. And usually these 3 elements pull in different directions, and that creates situations where lawmakers, politicians need to make choices, and involves a constant dialogue and negotiation of what society is able to take. So the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, has highlighted all these stressors to climate and security, and it's a topic that is really going nowhere and where we need more action. So today's panel offers a cross-cutting exploration of this theme through very interesting presentations. One on the national regulators, how do they tackle this energy trilemma? The second one on what is called the pipeline politics, how this is reshaping as well security and regional stability. And then the issue of solar power and how this is defining power. This is what our speaker is going to talk about. So I encourage you all to engage with the conversation today. And the way we're going to proceed, I'm going to invite the 3 speakers to take a seat in these first 3 chairs in the order that they're going to be presenting. So please, if you can take the stage. And we're going to basically, I'm going to introduce each of the speakers, and they're going to present here. And we're going to save our questions, comments, and thoughts for the Q&A, which will take place at the end. And we're hoping to create a nice environment for a conversation on the matter. So let's go. Our first speaker, Kevin Armand Laurent. He's an early stage researcher holding a master's degree in public affairs from Sciences Po, previous studies also in the area of business law and public law in University of Bordeaux and Paris Sorbonne. He is currently working as an in-house legal counsel for the French energy company, the EDF, and he's very interested and committed to regulatory and energy law. Lately, he's been researching how national authorities can better integrate environmental objectives in their work, and also the use of artificial intelligence for all these matters. So with no further delays, if the presentation is ready, we swap places, and the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Is it good? Okay. Distinguished professors and researchers, Honorable Ambassador Larkovsky, dear organizers and students, good morning. I would like to begin by warmly thanking the students organizer of this outstanding conference. Their dedication and professionalism have been instrumental in creating a platform for rigorous and meaningful dialogue on one of the most pressing issues of our time. I'm honored to participate in such a high-level academic setting here at the College of Europe in Natolin. The theme of this conference, the climate crisis, a multifaceted security paradigm, is as timely as it is essential. It encourages us to rethink security in every dimension. So where does energy security fit into this broader picture? As you have already witnessed, energy security has become a defining concern of our time, sometimes for tragic reasons, such as the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent energy crisis that shook Europe. More recently, the return of a neo-mercantilist approach to global trade illustrated by Donald Trump, re-election, has reinforced the strategic dimension of energy policy. What was once seen as a reliable partner and supplier has become a strategic threat. A new map is emerging. At the same time, renewable energy sources have come under increased criticism unfairly following the recent blackout in the Iberian Peninsula. This renewed focus on energy security marks a paradigm shift in European energy policy. Until recently, its balance leaned towards sustainability and consumer protection. Since 2022, however, security concerns have moved to the forefront, becoming the cornerstone of the EU's Repower EU strategy and permeating the broader legal framework. This marks a shift toward a delicate balancing act between short-term resilience, long-term decarbonization, and social justice. In other words, the perfect triple challenge, what we call the energy trilemma. The energy trilemma, also called ET, is a conceptual tool used to describe fundamental tension between three key objectives of energy policy: security, affordability, and sustainability. It highlights the fact that these goals are often in conflict and cannot be fully achieved simultaneously. Energy security here means ensuring a stable and uninterrupted energy supply. Affordability, also called consumer protection, refers to universal access to energy at a fair and predictable cost. And finally, sustainability focuses on reducing greenhouse gas emissions through decarbonization. But it doesn't encompass land use, biodiversity, or resource use. Now, while the ET gives us a useful framework to understand the tension within energy policy, it's not just a theoretical exercise. In today's rapidly shifting geopolitical landscape, these tensions are no longer abstract. They are very real, and the responsibility to manage them increasingly falls on the shoulders of national regulatory authorities. As independent and technically competent bodies, NRAs are mandated to oversee the orderly introduction of market mechanisms in sectors traditionally governed by public service obligations, while simultaneously safeguarding broader objectives of general interest. They are, due to their core mission, trapped by the energy trilemma. But regarding other public entities, they form a block of technical continuity, and their institutional autonomy allows them to act as anchor of stability in times of political turbulence. Shielded from short-term political pressures, they are better positioned to balance long-term objectives. Consequently, this presentation will take a comparative look at how national regulatory authorities, particularly those of France, Germany, Belgium, Spain, and Italy, are navigating the ET in a rapidly evolving geopolitical and regulatory landscape. So first part, honoraries trapped by their own mandates in the face of the energy trilemma. The mandate of each honoraries create what I call a regulatory cage, a set of legal and institutional constraints that limit their room for maneuver when addressing the ET. These constraints force honoraries to make trade-offs. The closer they try to come to an ideal balance between the dimension of the ET, the tighter the cage becomes. Put simply, honoraries operate within walls built by the very structure of the energy trilemma. They are forced to make trade-offs to prioritize some objectives at the expense of others. And the closer they get to the center of the trilemma, where all the three objectives should ideally converge, the narrower the space becomes. This regulatory cage is primarily built on European Union law, which creates a common legal foundation for energy regulation across the Union. It engages supranational also regulator, like the ACER, the Agency for the Cooperation of Energy Regulators, and also the honoraries individually. The clearest symptom of this legal confinement lies in the very objectives and missions assigned to honoraries by EU law. For instance, directives assign them the near impossible task of simultaneously promoting a competitive, flexible, secure, and sustainable internal energy market, ensuring long-term system adequacy, and fostering full integration of consumer and suppliers across the Union. The EU's energy regulatory architecture operates through a layered matrix of command. At the outer layer, we have the European Council, which provides general political direction, and the European Commission, which shapes policy and oversees the implementation of EU energy policy. They are outside the regulatory cage, but influence it. Inside the regulatory cage, we find ACER at the top of networks of honoraries, exercising its mandate in order to achieve the Union's climate energy goals, as stated in Article 1 of Regulation of 2019 on the internal market for electricity. And beneath, ACER honoraries themselves are constrained by legal framework. Their mandates reflect this confinement, particularly in how they are expected to address the ET through rules that are often internally conflicting. But due to the EU law transposition, member states have reinforced the regulatory cage, but not uniformly. Some honoraries operate under judicially guided discretion. Their autonomy is limited, but also their responsibility in managing the ET. It forms a flexible regulatory cage. Others have broader mandates, more autonomy, but also greater pressure to deliver on all three fronts: security, affordability, and sustainability. It leads to a more rigid cage. This leads to a paradox. The more autonomous honoraries are, the more they are exposed to the impossible trade-off of the ET. So let's now turn to a comparative view on this slide. As you can see, the German and Spanish regulatory authorities represent the judicially guided discretion model. These regulators have less autonomy and therefore fewer opportunities, also responsibilities, to make trade-off between the dimensions of the ET. Their mandates, due to the breadth of their competencies and goals, tend to naturally align them with certain dimensions of the energy trilemma, rather than giving them the autonomy to choose which priorities to pursue. The second thing in red here is the French and Belgian regulators that embody the referral-based model. They are ultra-specialized and expected to address all dimensions of the ET equally. Honoraries have to act within their mandates in order to align with the national energy policy objectives. And in the middle, you have the Italian one that sits in between. That's an hybrid model with both judicial discretion and alignment to national policy, nor a mega regulator, nor a simple sectoral one. This case perfectly illustrates the regulatory cage metaphor that I present. It does not produce a single model, but rather a spectrum of constraints. What I present here are ideal types useful to identify dominant patterns, but in practice, most honoraries fall somewhere in between. navigating a shifting balance of autonomy, responsibility, and legal boundaries. So while NRAs are clearly constrained by their mandate, they are not passive. They regain agency by selectively prioritizing within the ET, and this prioritization does not come from nowhere. It is a direct reflection of the broader regulatory matrix of command. At the top, the European Commission Clean Industrial Deal puts security and affordability at the heart of the green transition with tools like flexible storage, state aid, and funding reforms. Even sustainability is reframed around resilience and strategic autonomy. The Affordable Energy Action Plan aims to cut bills and shield consumers from shock, while the White Paper on Defense now frames energy as a pillar of sovereignty. At the mid-level, the ACER's 2024-2026 agenda focuses on supply security, consumer empowerment, and market transparency. And at the base, on national regulatory authorities, collectively with the CEER, prioritize resilient markets, active consumers, and renewable, but mainly to support supply stability. But what do NRAs actually do individually? Well, plot twist, they all do or less the same thing. As you can see on this graph, by analyzing the latest annual reports of all EU NRAs, as well as their recent regulatory decisions, we observe a clear pattern of prioritization. The top priority is energy security. Then comes affordability or consumer protection, and finally, sustainability, often framed not as an end itself, but as a way to achieve the first two. So let's now turn to the third dimension of the ET, sustainability. In practice, it is often the last priority. It tends to be pursued indirectly as a collateral outcome of efforts aimed at securing supply and ensuring sustainability. However, and I want to insist on this, it will be unfair to say that NRAs are doing nothing for the climate. The reality is quite the opposite. NRAs are increasingly integrating environmental consideration into their regulatory action. This happens through diverse regulatory tools and can be broadly divided in two models of action. The first one is the embedded sustainability. This is the less visible but still impactful approach. It refers to regulatory efforts that are integrated within the existing legal mandates of NRAs. Regulators adopting this model often rely on purposive interpretation of their mandates. In Germany, for example, the Bundesnetzagentur has no formal green mandate, but has gradually integrated environmental goals, especially in grid planning and renewable integration. The second model will be the innovative sustainability. This is a more proactive, sometimes even altruistic approach, where the regulator goes practically beyond its initial mandate by twisting it to drive decarbonization. We see this model in action with the French, Belgian, and Italian one. For instance, the French regulator interventions are often indirect. It issues recommendations, participates in international cooperation, and plays a key role in renewable energy tenders. That said, even when NRAs act for the climate, sustainability stays mostly secondary. It emerges more as a side effect of measures focused on security and affordability. Sustainability is indirectly pursued through supply diversification and renewable energy sources integration. But this introduces new tensions: intermittency, negative pricing, and dependency on critical materials. Other key concerns, like biodiversity, land use, and life cycle impact, remain marginalized. So how do we rebalance this? Well, there are three main axes currently discussed to give more weight to sustainability in regulatory action. The first one will be the energy system integration. The idea here is simple: create a sort of network of networks where energy, transport, and telecom systems are better connected and coordinated. The goal: improve efficiency, avoid duplication, and better balance to the three lemma overall. Some regulators, like the Spanish one or the German one, are already well positioned for this because they regulate several sectors at once. The second axis will be digital economy. Digital tools like smart grid, AI, and demand-side response can support all three goals. But we must stay critical. Data centers are very energy hungry and may offset these benefits. And finally, the third and last axis, and probably the most impactful one, reforming the mandates of honorees. The idea is to give honorees a clear decarbonization mandate in law. But in second time, it will be also a way to rethink how we plan infrastructure in long term. That's what both the Letta and Draghi reports are pushing for. Letta suggests creating a clean energy delivery agency by 2027 to coordinate cross-border infrastructure and funding. Draghi doesn't propose a new authority, but he calls for more centralization to make the EU more competitive and faster in the green transition, especially with permitting. And it's already starting. The UK, for instance, just created the National Infrastructure and Service Transformation Authority in April 2025, with a clear focus on building climate resilience. To conclude, honorees can effectively address the energy trilemma if member states engage with them constructively, leveraging their expertise without becoming overly reliant. Although their impact may seem limited, it's important to remember that they are independent market regulators, not policymakers. The main challenge lies in the gap between strong technical cooperation and weaker alignment on shared regulatory goals. Thank you for your attention.
Is this? Yes. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And as I said, we're going to save our questions for the end, our comments, so we're going to move directly to the second speaker. She's Leila Nuvanovic. She's a political affairs professional with over a decade of experience in diplomacy, media, and institutional development across Southeast Europe, and at the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe mission to Bosnia and Herzegovina. She's working on regional stability and strengthening resilience to external influence. She's also a Marshall Memorial Fellow and a McCain Global Leader alumna, and she contributes regularly to the debates on international security, governance, energy resilience, and institutional reform. So whenever you're ready, the floor is yours. She's going to talk to us today about the pipeline politics, the Southern gas interconnection as a driver of energy security, climate resilience, and regional stability in the Western Balkans. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me today. Like Beatrice said, my name is Leila Nuvanovic. I come from a very small country south of here, and a very friendly Slavic country called Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I don't know if you know about my country, but everything is very politicized and very complex and complicated. I can see you nodding. And that includes even a simple infrastructure project. Like in any normal country, it wouldn't be as complicated as it is in my country. But let me dive into it. The Southern Gas Interconnection was originally supposed to be very simple, like 243 kilometers of a pipeline that would enter from Croatia to Bosnia, and the aim would be to just reduce the reliance on Russian gas. And currently, 100% of our gas comes from Russia. But since this is Bosnia, anything becomes a test of serenity and ethnic balance and just geopolitical loyalty. So the paradox here is that natural gas only makes 5 to 8% of the energy mix in my country. But that share is strategically important because the capital and some of the adjacent cities are heavily reliant on gas. In 2009, we had a very horrible situation when Russia and Ukraine got into a fight back then and cut off gas supplies to Southeast Europe. and this was in the winter of 2009. So for 2 weeks, the capital of the country and some of the adjacent areas were left without any heating. And so obviously people were freezing in their apartments, schools were closed, businesses were stalled, to say the least. And this is when the leaders in my country decided, well, maybe we should diversify the supply. And in 2011, Bosnia and Croatia signed this letter of intent to try to diversify the gas supply, which was 14 years ago. And they haven't still started constructing it. We're just in the legislation phase now. Okay, so when you think about it, the next question that comes to mind is, why would it be delayed this much? And since the geopolitical reality has changed significantly in the last couple of months, but it was a challenge even then. So the only gas supply that we have comes through Russia's Gazprom from Serbia into Bosnia, through Zvornik, which is in the Republika Srpska part of the country. Now, the SGI is intended to diversify this by coming from Croatia into the Herzegovina part of Bosnia and Herzegovina through Posušje, and it would have like 2 lines. One would go to the northern part of the federation, the other one to the southern part, to Mostar. And this is all fine and dandy, but not all the relevant actors in this story consider the SGI as a good shift. For example, Russia has been seeing the SGI as a strategic threat to its influence in the region, which is why it has been delayed for so long. And it has been trying to influence, and they even came up with a great idea called the Eastern Interconnection. And they would use Serbia and Republika Srpska to have another pipeline coming from Russia, but that would supply just the Republika Srpska part of Bosnia. So we would have 2 pipelines from Russia. At the same time, the US has been, the previous administration, has been pushing for the SGI very hard. USAID even invested $500,000, but it was more, not directly into the SGI, but it's more like capacity building for parliamentarians and companies that would be dealing directly with the SGI. And even at one point we had the former US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, pushing for this. However, the problem is that not only do we have the Serbs not agreeing with SGI, but from within the federation, the Bosnia-Croat Federation, we have had pushback from the Croat Nationalist Party, especially their leader, because he claimed at one point that there was the company that would be dealing with the Southern Gas Interconnection it's called BH Gas, which is the state-level gas company, and it doesn't have, allegedly, according to him, enough ethnic representation of Croats. So his idea was to found a special company that would be headquartered in Mostar, which is the Croat stronghold, and they would be dealing with all with the construction of the pipeline and with all the profits, basically. But it's obvious that it's not about the ethnic representation, more about profits and who gets to get more money from it. So finally, at the end of last year, in the beginning of this year, the Federation Parliament adopted the legislation regarding this SGI, and they made a compromise. So the state-level company will be dealing with SGI, but they will have a certain like outpost in Mostar that will have equal Croat representation. So this is one aspect of the SGI, but also we have the climate aspect of the Southern Gas Interconnection, and everyone in the country, everyone who deals with this on a professional level is aware that natural gas isn't a perfect fuel. But in Bosnia, it seems to be more of a necessary step. As of 2023, coal was still made 55% of our energy mix, which seems pretty high, but then when you consider in 22, it was 66%. So some progress has been made. However, that reliance on coal obviously causes a host of issues. One is CBAM that will be introduced very soon. That will be a huge problem that no one's talking about right now. But the other one is also pollution. So I don't know if any of you have been to Sarajevo between, let's say, the months of November to early March. It's like London in the industrial era. It's it's so thick. Don't come from November to March. You won't see the city. This is one of the issues that the proponents of the SGI have been arguing for, that it will definitely clean up the air and make urban air more breathable. However, there's always critics with some reasonable arguments. Organizations like the Sea Bank Watch and also the Aarhus Center have been arguing that that by building this Southern Gas Interconnection, Bosnia will still be reliant on these fossil fuels. And instead of doing that, they should just take a leap into more renewable sources, such as hydro, wind, and solar, which we have so much potential for that. And one of the important aspects of the SGI is that it's hydrogen ready. So potentially in the future, it could be used to transport more renewable sources of energy. But when you zoom out of this whole situation, the problem is has more to do with geopolitical issues, and it seems to be a very important aspect of climate security, but also geopolitical security. And the reason for building and constructing and diversifying these supplies has to do equally with climate as well as with political influence from the East and from countries that are very aggressive geopolitically. So I hope that I presented it as clear as possible, the problems. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very good, tremendous presentation. We're going to move to our final speaker. He's Noah Lamery. He is a political science graduate from the University of Ghent and Free University of Brussels. And he's currently doing a master in environmental governance and diplomacy at the University of Leuven. So we're really looking forward to your presentation. Please take the floor. He's going to talk to us about shifting grids, shifting power, a governmental analysis of EU solar energy policy. The floor is yours.
All right, hello. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for inviting me here to this beautiful campus. A little bit about myself. My name is Noël Amere. I'm from Bruges, Belgium, where the other school is located, and I'm currently finishing my master's in international politics in Leuven, where I'm also working as a research assistant in environmental diplomacy. But today I'm excited to talk a bit more about my recent research on EU solar energy policy, and also the energy trilemma and social security. Specifically, how do policies shape not just electricity systems, but also the behavior and identity of our citizens? So let me start by asking you a question. Do you or someone you know have solar panels on your roof? And if so, think about why. What were the motivations behind installing these? Most people think of something like saving on electricity bills, becoming more self-sufficient, or contributing to climate action. Indeed, by installing PV systems, households become both energy consumers and producers. They become prosumers. But now I'd like to ask you yourself, are those reasons really personal motivations, or are they politically shaped? Because when millions of households across the EU make the same personal choice, does that not become political? To explore this, I turn to governmentality theory, coined by Michel Foucault, so governmentality is concerned with how power operates, not just through direct rules, but by shaping how we govern ourselves. It's what Michel Foucault called the conduct of conduct. To analyze this indirect governance, governmentality studies identified two categories: rationalities, which are the broad epistemic ideas, knowledge, and framing in which the policies are based, and technologies, which are the policy instruments, institutions, and tools that translate these rationalities into action. This framework has been widely applied to fields like education, welfare, and environmental policy, and this research applied it to the EU's solar energy governance, and thereby trying to answer the question, how do EU solar energy policies aim to shape prosumer behavior and identity? So to do this, I conducted a qualitative analysis of 57 documents, 12 EU policies, 27 national energy and climate plans, which are plans mandated by the EU energy regulation, in which every member state publishes their targets and goals every 10 years with biannual updates. So I focused on the latest round of updates, which were in 2024, 2025. And then 8 political speeches by energy commissioners, Cañete, Simpson, and Jurgensen, and also including those of Vice President Timmermans and President von der Leyen. So, using in vivo, I coded these 3 data sets across 3 different categories: the rationalities, technologies, and identities. As you can see, the EU policies were balanced well across the 3 categories, while the next had a more technology-heavy focus, as of course their technical communications to the EU. And the speeches were predominantly heavy on the rationalities because they're more normative in nature. So, how do the policies actually work? When we look at the rationalities of government, we can analyze or identify 5 different rationalities at play in the governance of solar energy. The first one is sovereignty and security. The second one, climate urgency, economic optimization, individual empowerment, and justice. These are the broad frameworks that legitimize why we should govern solar energy. So, sovereignty and security rationality stress the role of PV to decouple from imported fossil fuels. For example, the EU solar energy strategy is the key strategy part of the Repower EU plan, which sought to decouple from Russian gas after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Climate urgency rationality stress how important PV is to decarbonize the EU's energy system. According, again, to the EU solar energy strategy, rooftop PV has the potential to supply 25% of the EU's total electricity demand. Economic optimization rationalities stress how the ever cheaper price of PV installations is due to EU policies and market developments, and this affordability and efficiency helps reduce macro costs and stimulates the EU industry. Then, individual empowerment rationalities position the solar transition as citizen-led, where citizens both act and benefit, lowering bills, enhancing comfort, and building autonomy. I want to highlight especially the rationality of responsibility here. While it is not always named directly, by promoting solar PV within a framework of market logic and individual benefits, the policies implicitly argue if you're a rational, responsible citizen, you'll install solar. And then the final category are justice rationalities, which stress how PV is a tool for citizens' participation in the energy system in something called a solar democracy. With the help of specific technologies, PV is presented as a way to reduce energy poverty and strengthen individual rights. So then, which policy instruments does the EU employ? Across the policies, there are 6 types, which each have very specific functions. So regulatory instruments are legal obligations that mandate a certain behavior. For example, the Energy Performance of Building Directive mandates mandatory rooftop PV installations for all new residential buildings by 2029. Financial instruments, of course, offer financial incentives through financial policy to stimulate action. For example, in Poland's Mój Prąd, sorry if I didn't pronounce that correctly, program co-finances micro-installations. Then market-based instruments offer financial incentives through market design to stimulate action. The most famous example for this is, of course, the EU ETS and ETS2 system, which incentivized low-carbon technology or low-carbon electricity, household heating, and transport. Administrative instruments reduce administrative complexities to simplify individual participation. For example, under the Renewable Energy Directive in its 3rd installment, the permitting procedure for small installations is limited to maximum 1 month. Then, industrial instruments shape the solar economy across the EU. The EU Solar Energy Strategy just initiated the EU Solar PV Industry Alliance to strengthen the EU's strategic autonomy, specifically for the economy. And then finally, informational instruments provide information directly to citizens to ensure that individuals are aware of their options and the benefits of participating in the PV transition. For example, in Croatia, PV education is included in school curricula. These different technologies or different instruments can be categorized into 2 broader meta-categories called technologies of agency and technologies of performance. Technologies of agency make sure that individuals are emancipated to act, and then technologies of performance are instruments that then shape the behavior once they're emancipated. For agency, this comes mainly from regulatory, financial, administrative, industrial, and informational tools so that citizens have the knowledge, resources, and institutional support that they can act. And technologies of performance mainly draw from the market-based instruments. Think about, for example, how the integration of PV installations is linked to heat pumps and electric vehicles to constantly become more climate neutral or more energy efficient. So this, of course, also affects the identity of the people involved, and the policies describe the citizens, the prosumers, as both active prosumers and as rational citizen consumers. The EU solar energy strategy envisions every consumer turned prosumer, and the internal electricity market directive ensures that active consumption and presumption is a fundamental right. The rational citizen consumer then is framed as combining personal cost effectiveness with collective moral responsibility. Indeed, installing solar panels on your roof is both good for the purse and the climate. So that was slightly technical, sorry for that. What does this actually mean? First of all, solar energy is spread across the multi-level governance landscape of the EU, the member states, and the individuals. The analysis demonstrates how solar energy across these three levels is coordinated to serve broad EU goals like climate neutrality, energy security, and citizen empowerment. Indeed, the individuals installing solar panels are co-governors trying to get to the EU goals of climate neutrality by 2050, for example. Secondly, presumption becomes a political behavior. The different rationalities epistemologically frame solar adoption as possible, logical, necessary, and moral. The combined technologies of agency and performance create what I call a solar lock-in, where the single decision to install solar panels leads to a situation where it is increasingly important to remain active in managing your energy behavior. For example, if you're a smart, rational consumer, why not add a heat pump? Why not charge your electric vehicle with the electricity you charge at home? That would be even more energy efficient. This is directly linked to the risks of the solar transition, mainly inequality and depoliticization. Rationality is not naturally given, and structural barriers such as financial, spatial, or digital inequality limit equal energy participation. And while the policies do address this through rationalities of justice and financial policy instruments, such as the Social Climate Fund or the Just Transition Fund, they largely overlook the risk of depoliticization and its effects. And finally, the solar transition shows how energy and governance are, how infrastructure and governments are deeply linked. The policies reconfigure the energy system from a top-down, centrally controlled system to a distributed self-management system. Individuals become governed and governors, having been given the key to the EU goals of decarbonization and energy security. So let me close with Commissioner Simpson's words. Citizens and communities are at the very heart of the EU, and solar energy is the most accessible tool for them. This research shows that accessibility is not a given, but is carefully constructed through policy, framing, and design. And in that way, it illuminates that how electricity and policy are deeply linked, and how shifting energy grids lead to shifting power dynamics. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we thank you very much for another terrific presentation, and we're gonna move now to the Q&A. I've been told that if you want to pose a question or a comment or just say something, you need to walk to the podium, just so to make sure that the sound is here, not only here, but also online. So very briefly, I took some notes on the presentation, and meanwhile, I will give you some time to think about your questions. We have around 20 minutes for the Q&A, so enough time for everyone to jump on the conversation. So we've been hearing a number of things related to energy security and climate change. So Kevin has reminded us about how this energy trilemma is dealt with in a comparative manner from the point of view of different member states, how each of them are doing different choices, how that can be, he has hinted towards how could be improved in a way, or strengthened, as he said. Laila has talked to us about the importance actually of geopolitics and in the rationale for developing or not renewable energy and building certain infrastructure which could be later used for renewable energy, and is a very interesting point for our security conversation today. And Noah has also reminded us about an element that maybe we don't think so often in this governance of energy and security, which is the consumers and how that can, basically behavioral choices can enhance or improve the interaction between these two areas. So with that, I'm hoping for someone in the room to have some questions or comments. Raise your hand. Thank you very much. If you can take the podium and just briefly introduce yourself and give the questions to our speakers. And your microphone should be working, so yeah.
Hello, my name's Dominic. I'm going to present later, working on climate security as well. I'm not working, however, in the energy security sector, so I do have a question. The trilemma. Why is it actually a trilemma? For me, it seems that, for example, solar panels or something like that would actually solve the trilemma in a way compared to, let's say, the non-sustainable energy sources. So why can't we reach all these three things, the three components at once?
So I see that Kevin already got the phone, the microphone. So.
Maybe the thing is, sometimes trilemma means you can reach the optimum gains from all the three dimensions. Okay, that said, when you're investing in solar panel, there are some issues like critical material. And for example, in France, you don't have enough critical material. You have to go outside and to import it. You have also the technologies and the knowledge to make solar panel and to innovate in the way. And by this, if you invest in the sustainability, you will lose some agency on energy security. But not only as consumers have the access to an energy permanently, but as the fact that in geopolitical relation, you can have some advantage taken by a country. That's the first thing I would say. And the second thing will be the network security as you integrate energy solar panel. The intermittency is a thing, but also negative pricing. And in France, we are approving it. Especially with the empowerment of consumers, you have a situation of multi-suppliers, and it leads to penalty from like EDF, for example, or other producers, because you will inject and you don't know when the active consumer will use his own energy stored with the solar panel, and it creates some sort of dissension. That's why the energy dilemma cannot be fully reached sometimes, especially for solar panel. But it doesn't mean we don't have to invest in solar panel.
Please.
All right. Yeah, also regarding, again, the solar panels, both or all three dimensions of affordability, security, and sustainability indeed are answered by the technology of solar energy, but that needs to be managed in a very particular way that it ensures that indeed it covers all these three categories. So for example, as you mentioned, the blackouts in the Iberian Peninsula, as you know, Spain is a key member state when it comes to solar energy, but every household that had solar panels and was connected to the grids also had no electricity during the blackout. So that means that if they didn't have a home battery, but were just connected to the grid, even though they were producing electricity on their roof, they still had no electricity. So the question of security becomes one in which it's so much more than just production infrastructure. Indeed, it's about grids, it's about storage, it's about pricing systems. And that's why these three, the trilemma is truly a question, because it brings up so many questions from so many different perspectives.
Thank you. I'm not sure, Leila, if you would like. No, this is good. Please take the gentleman who was here last year, I recognize.
Hello, can you? Yeah, you can hear me. So my name is Wojtek. I was co-organizing the conference last year, so it's nice to be back and only listen. And I now work in energy sector. And I have a question somehow related, actually, about the trilemma, but more about the public perception of the energy trilemma. And what would you identify as the biggest challenges for people to realize, to understand that energy security and energy sector is somehow driven by those three factors? And in the sense, like, I would argue that, for example, security is much seen as the domain of the state, as something that the state has to arrange the energy security, because, and also affordability is much driven by public need, by people really needing affordable energy. And here comes the part of sustainability, and who is actually driving that, because in a way we can see that the EU is very often, or public institutions are very often seen as those pushing for sustainability. And I think this might be the public perception, but what do you think? This is, of course, somehow twisted, right? This is not the full picture. This is only the part, like, how people see the energy reality, and the fact that what people actually need, I'm just going around in this question, but what people actually need straight away is just the affordability part. But what do you think are the main challenges in public perception and communicating the trilemma to wider audiences that are maybe not so much into the topic? Thank you.
Is that a question for you, no?
I'll start with answering. Indeed, as the data on, I think it was my third slide, showed on the main motivations why people install solar panels, the number one motivation indeed is a reduction in energy prices for households. And that's also why the huge uptake of solar over the past years was mainly in the wake of the energy crisis, in which suddenly everybody realized, oh, we really need to reduce our energy costs, so why not install solar panels? So indeed, affordability is the key domain, but as, again, that slide showed, the individual motivations to enhance their self-sufficiency or become more climate neutral also play into this and are motivators for individuals to become more aware of where their electricity comes from, whether it's solar on their own roof or through a contract. And also, the public perception, and it's that what these rationalities of governments really play into. It's creating a culture of knowledge that, like, explains why installing a gas pipeline, but that can later be turned into a hydrogen pipeline, is actually good for your security and for your climate ambitions. And governments do play into this in this, like, public communications almost. But at the end of the day, in our liberal markets, it's mainly the individual choice that determines how they act.
Thank you, please.
This all coming from Bosnia, like the presumer part is science fiction to us. We did have some progress in regard to adopting such laws, but for example, for now, only businesses do the solar panels, but they can't sell it to the electricity company because the electricity company is in so much debt that they increased the electricity prices for households and businesses alike. So I would say in order to have any kind of sustainable long-term solution when it comes to people and just maybe raising awareness of how important it is, but also it needs to be a cooperation between the citizens and the government, because it doesn't work any other way, especially in countries that are in transitional democracies. So this is why it sounds like science fiction to me, to actually sell your electricity to the state.
Maybe shortly. I think your question is, what do you think, what the citizens think about the ET and how does it work? What's their vision? And maybe we need to think it by what is going to hit the consumer the first. mostly affordability, but also security. And I don't want to make a hierarchy between what the consumer think, but I think that's the two most important points. And sustainability come after it. And because, as you already said, consumers sometimes don't really know what's the importance of this type of installation and what really gave to the decarbonization goal. And that's a question of information and formation, if we can say it like this. We need to give knowledge and to make it accessible for the public. And I think that's the major issue. And you have also all the political discourse between the parties that are developing and promoting new renewable energy sources and the others that are more conservatives, especially developing about the maintaining of coal or whatsoever, and especially the conflict between nuclear and renewable energy sources. I think it will be an answer also.
Thank you very much. I also saw a hand here, if you would like to take the floor.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Natolin. I'm a student here and will be discussing with the third panel, but for now I'll assume the role of the normal audience. So I have two questions. First one is kind of related to the question that has just been asked, but just to make sure that I understand this correctly. I was wondering, when it comes to the third panel, you told us a little bit about the different rationales that the governments use. And I was wondering if you had gone further in your research to analyze which of these rationales actually instigate more motivations for citizens to react, especially when it comes to the securitization narrative that we see with the climate crisis recently. And the second question is more directed towards Laila, because you spoke a little bit about Bosnia and how external influences has been been the main hurdle when it comes to the energy transition and moving on with the Southern Gas Corridor. Sorry, it's but I don't remember what it stands for. But I also, because we actually studied a lot about Bosnia and went to Sarajevo recently, and I was wondering if you perceive also how the Dayton Accords had set out the system of governance is one of also like the main reasons as to why these green transition, a holistic and national one, is not likely to be realized unless this governance change happens. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your question. My research, this current paper, did not look at individual motivations, but I do have some ideas. As the motivations for installing solar panels are, the biggest one indeed is affordability and reducing your energy bills. I do think that, rationalities on individual empowerment are the strongest. They focus on how it will reduce your bills, how it will create personal autonomy, and then which instruments primarily play into that are financial and market-based instruments through subsidies, through feed-in tariffs, but also through the market instruments of the ETS and ETS2. For example, the ETS2, which will come online in 2026, will cover household heating and transport. So that means that I don't know what your source of household heating is. If you have a gas boiler, it will have a levy on the amount of carbon that it boils or that it burns. Same with cars. If you drive a diesel car, it will become more expensive in comparison than with electric vehicles. So through making carbon technologies more expensive and offering the opportunity to make clean electricity at home that will not have a levy at all, because that's zero carbon, the individual prices will be lowered. Or that's the idea behind the system. How it works out, we'll have to see. But yeah, so I think affordability is the key rationality here.
Thank you for that question. So the Dayton Peace Agreement has never been intended to last over 30 years. It was just supposed to be a cornerstone. And of course, it directly ties into everything that has happened so far. And especially now, at this moment, we have a constitutional crisis directly derived from the failures of the Dayton Agreement. This, in my country, everything is politicized. So, from building a sidewalk to, having agreements with other countries, the problem is that even now we have the Southern Gas Interconnection laws in place. However, because of the constitutional crisis, the state-level government can't make any agreements with other countries because that's in their jurisdiction, because we have a blockage at the state level with Dodik and he's being a puppet for Putin, and it just everything is interconnected and intertwined on a more we're obviously not that important in any kind of geopolitical way, but we serve as a proxy battleground, and including all these climate security issues, especially with the Southern Gas Interconnection, which was the U.S. has been using it to slap Russia in the face, and whatever happens, it's just we are the collateral. So the international community has been playing an important role up until very recently. The U.S. has been pulling out. We don't have a U.S. ambassador, and we won't get one in the foreseeable future because we're not a priority. And the U.S. is the main backer of the Office of the High Representative, which is a person who has more power than any politician in the country, and who's a foreigner, always. So this all ties into these different 4D chess games that are being played, and we're just used as a collateral in these wars between the big powers.
Please, if you can take the stage, introduce yourself and pose your question.
Yes, hi, my name is Josephine van Zeben. I had a question which I think is best directed at Noah, but if anybody else wants to jump in, please feel free. So there was a lot of discussion about individual empowerment and, sort of providing incentives in order to get people to adopt more solar power, etc. But I was a little bit conflicted about this idea that solar is one of the most accessible forms of energy for communities and citizens, given that there are so many sort of regulatory but also just physical constraints to solar power, right? So one of the things that I've worked on quite a bit is just transition and sort of, trying to soften the sort of winners-losers issue within the energy transition. And I think what we see is that most renters, for example, do not have the autonomy to decide they want to have solar power because they don't own the building in which they live, right? Similarly, people who live in typically quite historic urban centers, they might not have planning permission to install solar. So I'm wondering whether you've seen any indication that actually moving towards solar, which environmentally would be fantastic, and also I think for some people will create greater energy security and also energy affordability, might actually also increase this divide between the sort of winners and losers of this energy transition, because a lot of people might actually not even have access to the incentives that you're describing, right? So this subsidy might be great, but if you don't get planning permission, you won't be able to do it. So I was just wondering of your thoughts there.
Yes, excellent point. Indeed, this accessibility is presented by the EU as something that will help democracy, that every citizen can join in on the transition. But that is not the reality at all. And structural barriers, indeed, like you said, like not owning your own house, living in an apartment complex with hundreds of other families, you don't have access to your own roof, those are all key barriers that, limits the equal participation of everyone. And indeed, while there are some policies that try to play into this, like the Just Transition Fund or the Social Climate Fund, they try to make sure that everyone can participate. Also, regarding owning your own place, for example, in Germany, you have a mechanism in which installing solar panels on a rented house is facilitated through a combination of landlord and leaser, which work together. Also the plug-in systems in Germany, where you can install a solar panel literally on your balcony to charge your phone. Those are all kind of technologies that try to improve this accessibility, but at the end of the day, not everyone in the EU has their own roof. Not everyone has a charging cable that they can directly plug into their car. So this whole concept of equal participation and accessibility is very much premised on the idea that we already have an equal society, which, in my opinion, is definitely not the case. And also, it does not address the risks of depoliticization, of moving energy from a public or economical domain into a very individual choice, in which parliaments, governments are put out of place. If individuals have their own electricity, then the state can literally take off their hands and be, you already have your electricity system. But as the blackout in Spain showed, when it actually comes down to it, and you don't have installed all the technology that you need to properly be self-sufficient, you are still very much dependent on the state grid, but it's not presented as that in the policies.
Thank you very much. We have one more question from Ambassador.
Yes, thank you very much. A lot of questions, but I have been provoked actually by Lena talking about the lioness of Bosnia-Herzegovina and being abandoned with all of the powers pulling out of the country. I mean, the situation is not so dark, I would say. Still, there are people working with your government, and there is a lot of progress in electricity, for example, and there is a cooperation even on the state level, I mean, to prepare the country for the carbon border adjustment mechanism and to continue exporting electricity to the European Union. But it's not my point. I mean, I wanted to ask you the question about the rationale of the southern gas interconnector in case situation in Serbia would change dramatically, I hope soon. So Serbia is making strides for diversification. So the interconnector with Bulgaria was just finished and is awaiting the operationalization. The interconnector point with Hungary is to be opened for the trade. So there is an option of soon having gas diversified in Serbia. And my question is, to what extent Federation of Bosnia-Herzegovina, and in particular city of Sarajevo and the cities close to that, which are still dependent on, the heating sectors are dependent on the gas, they can benefit from getting diversified gas supplies from this direction, not necessarily waiting for the interconnector with Croatia as a saver for them. But as I'm already having the floor, I would also offer two questions to colleagues. Maybe on the solar panels, Ukraine is a very specific case, and the system of Ukraine is undergoing a very specific stress test right now. So would you really recommend the solar solution for the country? I mean, because this is the country which is, because of war, because of the damage, undergoing very rapid transformation also in very particular and very of course, unexpected way of the energy system. Is the solution, is solar solution for Ukraine, for Ukrainian industries, for Ukrainian households and businesses? I mean, let's talk about that in these very specific circumstances. And to Kevin, would you, because you elaborate very eloquently on balancing these three objectives of the NRAs, but particularly you elaborated on the French regulatory authority, Spanish. I mean, my question is, to what extent, but if yes, to what extent the blackout we observed on the Iberian Peninsula would lead to the revision of the policies or of the attitudes or of the way how they are balancing this trilemma in the midterm, and what is your expectation? What is your prediction in this regard? Whether you can expect some shifts towards one of or others, objectives, so that they can be prioritized by them. And what is your opinion in this regard? Thanks.
Okay, so let's take the questions in order. If you want to stand.
So I understand that I may come off as a bit dark in my opinions, but I work at the head of mission office of one of the biggest international organizations as a political officer. So my daily tasks are dealing with these kind of issues, and it's mostly centered around all the obstacles. So that may be the reason why it's coming off as negatively as it is. However, the problem here when it comes to the gas supply coming through Russia, from Russia through Serbia and through Republika Srpska is not just related to Serbia per se, but also the leadership of Republika Srpska. So we don't know what kind of changes Serbia is going to go through. Hopefully it will be positive, but it wouldn't be surprising if, they had Milosevic, and after Milosevic, the worst person came. So you can never know with them. However, the problem with the gas supply is that, for example, just a couple of months ago, we had the local level government in Istočno Sarajevo, which is in Republika Srpska, through which the gas comes. They were blackmailing the federation government for, I can't remember, it was some very minor law, but it was just a show of power. And they cut off gas. They just cut it off it was a very short cutoff for a couple of hours, but it's just to show them who the boss is. So this is why it's important to have gas coming from somewhere else that's not controlled by people who will politicize issues and who will cut off gas supplies in that regard. So this is, that's the problem.
Okay. Regarding Ukraine, we've seen that energy infrastructure, civilian infrastructure, has been targeted again and again by Russian aggression. So in that sense, a decentralized solar grid would be a solution if there are no, in an ideal world, if there are no more central nuclear facilities that power, 10% of the country, but instead there's thousands of smaller installations, then that's way harder to turn off. However, decentralized production does not mean decentralized infrastructure. And the grid that connects all these installations is still vulnerable. A solution for this would again be installing thousands or millions of small batteries to ensure more flexibility. but that, of course, comes at an enormous cost. So it is a question of security. Yes, definitely. It's also linked to the pipeline, the town that you just mentioned, how infrastructure can be held hostage. Production facilities, but especially transmission facilities, are equally vulnerable, and solar panels are just one piece of a puzzle that needs to be made.
That's for the consequences of the blackout in the Iberian Peninsula. That's tough. I mean, political parties have jumped on it to criticize renewable energy sources and says everywhere that it was the origin of the blackout. But as you clearly see in the report of the French transmission system operator and even the Spanish one, the sources is unknown. And I would love to show you some graphs that clearly put the fact that it's not the sources of renewable energy sources. Will it introduce another shift? I don't think so. Because it's more like a conjunctural situation, and it's not very structural like the crisis from Ukraine, the war in Ukraine have created, and also the re-election of Donald Trump, for example. But physically, I don't think there will be so much change. But politically, it will be something always used as a way to criticize much more the renewable energy sources.
Thank you very much. We're going to conclude here with the panel. I would like to offer a little story as a way to conclude this, not from my home country, Spain, but from the country where I live, Denmark. And it's about energy and security. So in the 70s, Denmark was suffering a lot of problems with the supply of energy, power cuts, everything. And they decided to go about that by making a big decision on developing wind energy, renewable energy. So that was through subsidies, through a number of instruments. It was really a bold political decision and legal decision. And as a consequence of that, 50 years ahead, Denmark is in quite a strong position when it comes to wind energy and renewable energy. So again, not from my country, but from the country I live. So maybe there's a way through which we can see security through the lenses of sustainability as well. I don't think they did it for the reason at the time, but it worked out. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you to all our panelists for the really tremendous presentations, for all the comments and questions from our audience. I'm gonna take the prerogative of saying that we're gonna take 5 minutes more on the coffee break, if that is okay. So we're gonna be starting at 11:50. Back here for our second panel. Please join me in congratulating our panelists.
Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin.
Bonjour, buenos días. Today's session is about deconflicting the climate crisis. From the energy security.
Good morning, dzień dobry, kalimera, bonjour, buenos dias, bom dia, guten morgen, dobro jutro, ciao, y sabah al-khair. Thank you very much for being here. I hope I didn't butcher any of the language and I represented all the languages in the room. Again, thank you for being here, be it in person or online. Like Beatriz, I was also here last year, but not in person, nor as a moderator. I was here online, like some of you now, watching and anticipating being here in person. And now it feels very surreal to be here and moderating this session. And of course, this all wouldn't have been possible without the support of the organizing team, Clara, Kasia, Rafael, Prodromos, and Franek. So thank you very much for your support. My name is Noor Mohammed. I'm Egyptian, and I'm a student of the College of Europe, but as a side hustle, I'm a climate justice advocate. I'm very passionate about the topic of climate and gender nexus. I've been working on it, be it on a professional level or on a civil society-based level. So it's very insightful for me to be here, especially that I did my master's thesis about the topic of climate conflict nexus from an intersectional feminist approach. This session is called the deconflicting of the climate crisis. And in this session, we will be moving from the focus on the energy security to shifting the focus to the human security aspects, as well as the social and political security. In this session, the panel will not only talk about the problem of the climate conflict nexus, but we will be trying to also rethinking it, seeing how the climate crisis could offer an opportunity, not only a challenge for us, be it from a litigation point of view or from an environmental peace-building point of view. Accordingly, our amazing set of panelists will be moving us from Varasani, India, all over to a small island state called Tuvalu in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Before we start, I would like to also one more time remind you that we will have dedicated time for the Q&A, so please, if you have any reflections, any questions, please note them down and we will be discussing them in the Q&A session. And now it's time to introduce our very first speaker, Mr. Philip Horster. He has an academic background in political science, economics, international research positions. Philip currently works as a China energy analyst, analyzing transition pathways of China harder to decarbonize industries. In his free time, he ponders the climate crisis and its impact on political stability. Today, Philip will present us with his paper, which is called Looking for the Climate Conflict. He will be presenting us with his paper about the rover bandits. Accordingly, without further ado, I would formally invite Philip to take the floor.
Yeah, so thank you for the invitation. I'm very excited to be here because of the very practical and then theoretical discussions that we're having here and kind of the mix of it all coming together. My topic is a little bit more theoretical, or rather very theoretical. So bear with me. I hope it's not too dry for the audience. My research paper was on roving disasters and political stability, and it is a rational choice perspective on the impact of extreme weather events on dictatorships, democracies, and unstable regimes. So 3 different regimes. And so my line of thought was global warming in the language of the IPCC very likely leads to more intense and more frequent climate disasters. That leads to up to $38 trillion US dollars of annual damages by 2050. And so climate disasters cause wealth destruction. And so the question that I asked in my paper is, what does this mean for political stability of different regimes that have to deal with that wealth destruction caused by climate disasters? I looked a little bit at the literature and found that there's quite a body of empirical research, but it's leading to sort of inconclusive or contradictory findings. And then there's also theoretical research on this, but I think the tricky part here is that it sort of has limited insight on the impact on different regime types. So my attempt was kind of to present it in a very simplistic way to compare the impact. And so my work is heavily relying on a paper by Manko Olsen called Dictatorship, Democracy, and Development. So the idea is that they are roving bandits or unstable regimes, and they steal from the population with little to no incentive to, which creates a little to no incentive to accumulate wealth for the population. Then there are stationary bandits, which are basically roving bandits that are seizing or monopolizing thefts through taxation and also the security, and provide security to the population in order to be able to monopolize theft. So they kind of transition from roving bandits to stationary bandits to increase the theft that they can receive. They face one specific problem, which is succession uncertainty. And when they face that uncertainty, there's a risk of stationary bandits turning back to roving bandits. And then there are democracies. I'm using the picture of House of Cards to kind of embody this, because rational choice has a quite critical view on democracies, in that it also is led by self-interested leaders or a self-interested majority. But they have an interest in both tax and market income. So basically, they don't get just their income just from taxation, but also from just normal revenues from the economy. Yeah. And then what I'm doing in my paper is basically introducing the idea of roving disasters. So instead of just having roving bandits that can be suppressed by stationary bandits or democracies which have the security, or the means to suppress them, roving disasters cannot be suppressed. Yeah, so basically this is the big difference, and as a consequence, any disaster response by a government is inevitably inadequate. There will be wealth destruction. You can minimize it, but you cannot completely avoid it. And I think that's one of the key premises that I make, which can be argued against. And then the consequence is governments are constantly challenged by this wealth destruction. And so I'm asking myself how different regime types respond to this. Here again, I think one of the weaknesses of rational choice is that it is like sort of a very isolated picture and kind of blocks out any form of interference from other factors. Some of them being that, of course, every kind of region is hit differently, and that also means regimes are normally hit differently by different climate disaster. So a premise is that obviously all of them have to kind of be hit by the same. Second, all regimes are sort of equipped the same way at the start of the climate disasters to respond to them, or equally badly equipped, I would say, except unstable regimes, because they just don't have the means. And then lastly, there's no internal or external threats to political stability. Obviously, this is not the case in the real world, but I think I'm missing a fourth point, which is important because, so basically we're blocking out any comparability. So a government cannot use sort of a comparability against another regime that is maybe less efficient to kind of create propaganda for their case. Let's begin maybe with the response of a dictatorship. So the first option that there is kind of for a dictator is to do nothing and just accept that there's sort of a destruction of wealth. But if sort of the destruction of wealth continues with larger intensity and frequency of climate disasters, then obviously that creates a longer lasting effect on the economic developments of the economy, and it reduces effectively the taxation or the theft that the dictator can achieve. So dictators that are interested in regime succession, meaning that they want to continue their legacy, will react instead of doing nothing, because otherwise they will have nothing to steal anymore. So they face like two other options: either respond reluctantly, and this reluctance comes from the fact that basically they have three options: either tax the population, decrease the rent to the people that support their regime, or accept that they have less for themselves. And I would say, or I argue, insecure dictators hesitate between these options, but leads to an inadequate response, even more so than it would be insecure for secure dictators, which I come to later. And so basically this discontent, which is created by either of these three options, leads to a destabilization that increases over time, and so leads to an erosion of the security of the dictator. Then I argue that a secure dictator, basically meaning that they are convinced that they can continue having their regime, would respond proactively, because they see if they sort of start with climate adaptation early, the wealth destruction is minimized long term. But yet, I think that's the key point. It's again, it cannot be sort of avoided fully, and so. it still faces this question of succession uncertainty that looms sort of over any dictatorship. This is a little bit mathematical, but basically what it's saying is next to the yields that taxes can give to the dictator, there are losses to that sort of overall economic income that they can create for themselves. And that is obviously then less than in a system without climate disasters. So in theory, now they are presented with the option, either I start stealing, so I become a roving bandit again, I just steal from the population and get as much extraction from the population as I can, or I continue sort of raise taxes, but obviously this is now less, so now the question is if my regime sort of faces that option at one point, once the uncertainty gets too high and that point is reached earlier with climate disasters, then they face a situation where they are more likely to return to roving banditry than without climate disasters. So yeah, now let's turn to democracies. I think there's a very different, yeah.
Sorry, can I ask a really quick
Yeah.
question about your model? So three options, right, for the reluctant response. Are they all either or could they choose all options simultaneously in your model, like the taxes, the rent?
These three.
Yes.
Yeah, so basically exactly that. So that's also an option. But obviously, I mean, then maybe the discontent doesn't come just from the population, but it probably also comes from sort of the coalition. Or so there might be then, there's discontent, but it might be shared. Yeah.
And then in your model, what's the difference between reluctant response and proactive response? Because it's the same funding options or not?
So the funding options are the same, but I think the big difference is that if you're in a secure dictator, you don't know which sort of group of people is the more likely to kind of create discontent or insecurity to your regime. So if you're not sure if you want to tax the population or you don't, or you decrease the rent from the coalition and so forth. But if you're secure, then you don't really care about this so much.
I know it's very compelling to ask questions on this spot. It's super compelling with such a theoretical topic, but if we could just note down the questions and we will be discussing them all in the end. But thank you very much for the question.
Yeah, so maybe to continue with the democracies, I think there's a very different approach to how political stability is created in democracies. And I argue that a government is facing direct scrutiny from their population in a democracy simply because they can be voted out the next election if their response is inadequate. So the government would act immediately, but because it's self-interested and also wants to, has budgetary constraints, it's only doing it to the extent that they think they can win the next election. So sort of this not so much idealist view on the government. But then again, so there's budgetary constraints. Again, it has the option of increasing taxes for the population or reshuffling the budget to other areas. And this extends sort of the scrutiny to other parts of the budget. So financial discipline is more important, especially when policies are ineffective, they receive more scrutiny, or especially if even more so if they create private wealth decreases. Let's say, yeah, from a German perspective, as an example, you increase regulation on houses, and so house prices plummet, and so those that have a house have less in their wealth in the end. So there is a cascading effect in instability because one government is hit by climate disasters. This sort of scrutiny accumulates over time, and so at one point it reaches the effect in a sort of isolated system where only the only factor of political instability are climate disasters. They will be eventually voted out. But then the next government comes in, it faces the same climate disasters, or similar climate disasters, and effectively also loses the trust of the population. And so at one point, eventually, all electable options are faced with a distrust because of their inherent inability to prevent disasters fully. Now there are two options for a sort of overall governmental system or democratic system. and within them the electable options. One is to just politically exploit the failure of the incumbent government to respond to climate disasters. And the other option, which I would like to kind of use as a recommendation here, is to contribute to non-partisan disaster response, meaning that all sort of electable parties accept that it is any government is inadequately equipped to respond to climate disasters. So we kind of have to work together to and keep that out of the political discussion that we have on an electable on an electoral cycle. And so one of the findings that I have, or conclusions from this, is that less polarized political systems are more likely to stay politically stable over the long time, simply because they are able to have a non-partisan response. I think a second point that I would like to make here is this idea of polycentric responses. So basically you have it on different levels, and these different levels kind of create sort of a more resilient response, and it is obviously also non-partisan because you have very local actors engaging on a very local level. And then lastly, unstable regimes. I think they are those that are facing, unfortunately, the very difficult situation, simply because basically roving disasters present a further competition of wealth theft to a roving bandit, right? They can't just subtract everything, but also the climate disasters taking a share of the wealth destruction or the thefts. And so they have less of an incentive. They have less to steal, but also they have less of an incentive to create a stationary banditry or a dictatorship, simply because their expectation is, okay, I not only face sort of the cost of creating a dictatorship, I also face the loss of destruction that is inherent to climate disasters. So why should I even start kind of creating a dictatorship? And sort of a conclusion that I draw from this is, and this can be argued, is that I think it creates a sort of a responsibility for the international community to, and that we have seen that to create climate adaptation funds to be able to fund climate adaptation in unstable regimes, or but obviously climate adaptation funds face their own collective action problems, as has been studied by rational choice and other theories as well. Lastly, I think there's two more things to keep in mind. I unfortunately copied and forgot to change the title, but basically there are some regions that are more hit by climate disasters, and so obviously this instability can, I would argue, according to the theory, would hit more those regions that are more likely to be subject to climate disasters. And second, there's a sort of a ticking clock, simply because floods are increasing over time, droughts are increasing over time, and there's sort of an urgency from this that dictatorships, if they don't manage to respond now, the political instability to their system is higher. Same for roving, for unstable regimes, and also for democracies, because the likeliness to kind of exploit the polarization increases. Thank you very much. Obviously this has to be empirically proven. I haven't done this. It can be all a hoax, but if you have any questions, please ask later. I'm also happy for feedback in any case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip, for this presentation. It was very interesting, even though it was theoretical, but I think theory is also very important to test out in the empirical world, and we look forward to hearing, whenever you do it, we look forward to hearing the results. It's very interesting to hear about the impact of political instability, or the climate crisis on political instability, be it on the democracies or on the dictatorships, and how it could be actually an opportunity for change. But now we were going to move from the theoretical realm to India. Let me introduce you to our next panelist, Dominic Hewling. He conducts research and publishes on a range of topics with a particular focus on the intersection of climate change with peace, conflict, and security. He holds a bachelor's degree in political science, a master's degree in conflict security from LSE, and a master's in environmental science from Yale. Dominic also brings a practical experience as a soldier, freelance journalist, and intern within organizations engaged in international security. Today, Dominic will present to us an expert of his paper titled Looking for the Climate Conflict in Varanasi, India. Please join me in welcoming Dominic.
Hi. It's great to be here. You already heard many great things. Not sure if I can live up to that high expectation that's set. But yeah, today I will take you on a journey to the city of Varanasi in India. And we'll be looking for the climate conflict. Stay tuned if you find it. So, of course, thank you first of all for all my funders, generous donors that made that possible, and special thanks to my advisor, Professor Michael R. Duff, and my two lovely local RAs who are good friends by now, and we keep in touch and publish together. So, we will be starting. Oh, I thought it will be coming one after the other, but we will roll with it. You will see some overlapping now, I guess, but that's okay. Well, this year's theme reminds us of the close links between conflict, climate, and climate chaos. As the Austrian Center for Peace and others have shown, the damaging effects of climate change are a major driver and multiplier of suffering, displacement, and competition for scarce resources, said by the UN Secretary General. Many other public figures echo the same narrative, right? Here, for example, something closer to home, EU, aggravated scarcity of water, food, or land exacerbates social and political tensions and resource conflicts. Well, but is that always the case? Is it that unidirectional? And also, why is there scarcity in the first place, right? This quote here mentions it. It's exacerbating political tensions and resource conflicts. So they are already there. Why are they there? Why are there tensions in the first place? Well, maybe we'll find out, maybe not. As I said, this should be coming after one another. We'll roll with that. So, okay, why did I pick Varanasi in India? Well, normally how a lot of climate conflict research is done, it's combining large N data sets. But there's a bias towards conflictual outcomes if you only look at conflict data sets, right? So what happens before there is an entry into said conflict data set? Also, there's a lack of urban cases, lots of agriculture and water security, not much urban climate security discussed in the climate conflict research area, and also a lack of fieldwork. Let's have a look at some of the recent publications here. These are looking just by the cover, and I read them as well, inside of the books as well, pretty securitized, militarized, right? We see Black Hawk helicopters here, all of that stuff, threat multiplier, yeah. But before we dive deeper into Varanasi, India, let's have a quick look what is actually a climate conflict. Well, there's no real answer to it, so we're gonna say what might a climate conflict be. I do think there's an established kind of agreement that it's a complex, contextual, non-linear, and also bidirectional thing, right? Climate change can lead to conflicts, but conflicts also interact heavily with climate change and environmental issues. Also, disasters often don't start conflicts, but rather prolong or intensify them. And there's something else I wanted to look at in my research. Can disasters also lead to more cooperation? Do they always have to lead to more conflicts automatically? Well, and are we even asking the right questions? That's my favorite question. Are we asking the right question? So my question for this one, I'm not sure if it's the right question. Does climate change lead to more social conflicts? So with that question in mind, I went to India. Some pictures. What did I do? So I was there. This time last year, I was in India. It was very hot, almost 50 degrees Celsius. Very dry though, so it was okay. But then the rain came. The rain came late, the monsoon was weak. But when the rain came, the wet bulb temperature almost climbed up to deadly conditions, meaning if you don't take care that you have like a climate conditioning or something, you might die, that you die in your sleep. I saw a lot of people dying, unfortunately, because of that wet bulb temperature. I did interviews, I read books, and something else I did, I was using geographic information systems to map how the city changed over the last hundreds of years in terms of green spaces, blue spaces, and also social spaces. So I used old maps, some of them 200 years old, and saw and traced how the gardens, how the water systems got transformed, because that's very important if you want to understand what's happening nowadays in the city. Okay, what I'm going to do now, my master's thesis at Yale was 220 pages long. I'm not going to bore you with that. So I'm going to run down every chapter I wrote and try to summarize it in one sentence. And then in the end, I have some conclusions for you. All right, let's start. First chapter. During the last century, state power, 3 different empires, the Mughal Empire, the British Empire, well, it's not an empire, but the nation state now, this is the third one, shaped green, blue, and social spaces in the city. Here you can see the maps I produced. It's not visible very well, but we can see, for example, that the green spaces not just got less and less, they got transformed as well. They are smaller nowadays. They are more dispersed nowadays. There's less big green areas in the city left. Same with the water. The water actually went from a fully functioning, dynamic water system in the city, which prevented floods, waterlogging, and stuff like that. That got destroyed by the British. And nowadays we have a very detached system which leads to floods and severe waterlogging in the city, coming with illnesses like malaria and all of that, because the Brits destroyed this interlinked, naturally flowing system. Just as an example. Number 2, so while the government, this is nowadays, is politically focusing on the water quality, because the Ganges River, as you can see here, this is, by the way, how it's rising during my time when I was there, is a holy river, right? So the government wants to clean the river. But it's kind of not paying enough attention on the water quantity, which of course is a big issue in the end of the day. If the water is every year lower and lower, if there's no river left, it doesn't help to clean it. Chapter 3, creating an interdisciplinary urban environmental justice landscape. We can clearly see, and I will show you that in a second, that there's overlapping vulnerabilities, and these have often historical roots. So that's a land surface temperature map. Doesn't tell us much, because you don't know who's living in the most affected areas. So what I did is I created a social map. I went around, talked to a lot of people, I used census data, I used different independent studies, trying to find out who is living where in the city. And it's these colorful spots there. And then I overlaid that with, for example, a map of the terrain. Who's living in the floodplains? Who's living in the flood areas next to the rivers? Who's living on the elevated ridge, which does not get hit by floods? There's clear social differences in these questions. Same with little more difficult, but kind of also interestingly, you can see it in the land surface temperature as well. Poorest people, in this case also mostly Muslims, do live in the environmentally most kind of vulnerable or dangerous areas of the city. And some of these routes I could trace back, for example, the flood areas, 1,000 years. So that leads us to the recognition that urbanization is not random. Who is living in the floodplains? Who can afford to live there? That's a highly political issue. So that's a map I made from how the urbanization took place roughly over the last 1,000 years. Number 4, perceptions of extreme heat, their origin, and their remedies are highly local and cultural. My guru, for example, said, well, I don't have an AC, and I don't want one. The heat is actually good for you. And I was like struck by that because he clearly could afford an AC. That was not an issue. And that's why I wrote a whole chapter about, well, okay, heat is not heat everywhere. We like heat for us, can be dangerous, right? In summer, we don't want it. We buy an AC. In India, many people don't like ACs. And there's many, many reasons for that. Maybe we can go deeper in that in the questions. Chapter 5. Here I'm trying to actually coming closer to my original research question. Is there a climate conflict? Well, there's no violent or kind of like, say, traditional climate conflict, but interestingly, the grievances were not intercommunal. And there are, as you know, in India, it's a loaded atmosphere when it comes to like Hindu-Muslim relations or other intercommunal relationships. But that was not there, and it was not exacerbated by the climate. But there were grievances against the state. So no kind of horizontal, but more vertical issues that were clearly visible. Instead of a climate conflict, I found climate cooperation and things what authors would call slow violence and unnatural disasters. Both of these are like concepts which are very interesting. Rob Nixon, for example, coined the term slow violence. And as a conclusion, I'm going to wrap up here. Okay, when I didn't find a climate conflict, but what did I find? Well, a local inversion of kind of the Western wisdom. Perceived local societal imbalances, in my case, are made responsible for imbalances in the local climate, not vice versa. So the blame for these climatic changes is often on the government or a broader perceived loss of tradition, symbolized in my case of Varanasi by the loss of trees. So what else? What a climate conflict might be is very locally, but also historically and culturally shaped and also constructed. As I said, what I came with my Western thinking was the complete opposite of what people locally thought or like think a climate conflict is in their view. And they didn't understand what my view meant. So that was very interesting for me. Climatizing sort of conflicts might increase analytical potential, but should never depoliticize the underlying injustices and root causes. Why is there vulnerability? Why is there conflict? Why is there scarcity in the first place, right? I think you shouldn't lose track of these questions as well. Also, climate change and its uneven effects are highly political topics, as you could see with the maps. The academic debate on climate conflict is constructed around Western views and state or security-centered concerns, leaving little space for local and collaborative narratives and approaches. So I'm happy to be on the panel, trying to shift the conversation back to the humans again. We also need to critically think about how discourses around scarcity, the Anthropocene, social Darwinism, and neo-Malthusianism indirectly influence climate conflict research. Are we prisoners of thinking that everything will get worse? Are we prisoners of thinking that scarcity is the only thing that's going to happen? What about cooperation, as I alluded to earlier? And I think we should very carefully analyze how thinkers like, for example, Ayn Rand, are actually connected to our thinking. What do we think is human nature? What do we think will happen in the future? Nobody can see into the future. But still, we have to make some projections. But how we make these projections are products of our environment right now, right here. How we analyze and construct climate conflicts and climate cooperation has a major impact on our shared future. As I said, I do think we should utilize future making and world making better and more critically, not trying to assume anything, but really trying to build a fresh future. And with that, I do think a focus on environmental peace building is a practical solution on many of the theoretical issues I came up with here. And with that, I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dominic, for yet again another very interesting presentation and for challenging the mainstream narrative that the climate conflict is inevitable, when in reality there is a lot of opportunities when it comes to climate change and shifting the narrative around it. So our next speaker will be moving us from India to Tuvalu. And however, we will be still focusing on the human security element, but from a legal approach. Let me introduce you to Mariana Grau Llaurador. She holds a bachelor's degree in philosophy, politics, and economics from the Alianza Cuatro Universidades, with an exchange at the University of Edinburgh, where she deepened her interest in anti-colonial and global security studies. She's currently pursuing a master's degree in public policy at Sciences Po Paris, specializing in global inequalities and climate justice. Her thesis on the post-colonial eco-criticism of Martinican writer Suzanne Roussy-Césaire was awarded the Arcadi Oliveres Prize for its contribution to global justice. Marina interned at the delegation of Catalonia to the European Union, working on climate, energy, agriculture policy. She has also served as president of the youth platform debate.org, promoting critical and interdisciplinary studies. With that being said, Marina will introduce us to her very interesting topic about the limitations of statehood in sinking states, taking the case of Tuvalu. Please join me in welcoming yet again Marina.
Well, thank you in the first place to the conference team for organizing this event. Thank you, Ambassador, for being here, and thank you, Beatriz, also to being here. So my name is Marina Grau, and I'm going to examine in this presentation the legal and ontological implications posed by the disappearance of low-lying island states, in this case, the state of Tuvalu. And my intervention is framed within the normative architecture of international law, particularly the Montevideo Convention, but it moves beyond it to interrogate the colonial legacies and the structural asymmetries embedded in the concept of statehood itself. And all in all, the analysis reveals the fragility of the international legal framework when confronted with the realities of environmental collapse. So let's start. I don't know if many of you have heard of Tuvalu. It's a Pacific island state. It's the fourth smallest state in the world, with only a population of 10,000 inhabitants. It's composed of 9 islands, none of which rises above 5 meters above the sea level, so the state is really exposed to sea level rising due to climate change. Already in 2009, the United Nations alerted that Tuvalu could lose its sovereignty due to the loss of its land surface. But before this, the submergence of the state might happen within the next century. But before this submergence, Tuvalu is exposed to also threats on food security, on freshwater availability. So it most probably be uninhabitable within the next decades. This is not a unique problem of Tuvalu, but of other low-lying states, such as Kiribati or the Marshall Islands. The Pacific Island Forum signed in 2018 the Boe Declaration, which it's an agreement of the Pacific Islands, framing how climate change remains the single greatest threat to the people in the Pacific, and also demanding an expanded concept of security, one that acknowledges environmental security as a fundamental human right. So let's start with the Montevideo Convention of 1933. It's, as of today, the primary source for the recognition of statehood. But before starting, we have to acknowledge that the definition of this state is historically contingent. So it is built from a Western tradition that traces back to the Westphalian Peace Agreement of 1648 with the peace treaty after the 30 Years' War, which represented a transition from personal allegiance, which was more was characteristic of the medieval times, to territory-based sovereignty. So now I'll examine the Montevideo Convention for the specific case of Tuvalu. The source that defines what an island, when an island is recognized as territory, is to be found in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, which says that an island is a naturally formed area of land surrounded by water, which is above water at high tide. This was also confirmed with International Court of Justice ruling in Qatar v. Bahrain. But then we also have to, we look at the third paragraph of this Article 121, we see that for an island to be considered territory, there's also a functional understanding of it, that an island must be able to sustain human habitation or economic life of its own. This is very important for the case of Tuvalu, because one of the solutions that have been proposed by different scholars, this is related to the population criteria, sorry, so I'll go back to it in the next one. What I wanted to say in this section is that there's precedent in international law for some flexibility in the territorial aspect of statehood. So, for example, if you think of the Sovereign Order of Malta, it doesn't have any territory, yet it's recognized as a sui generis sovereign actor in international law. So maybe even if Tuvalu was to lose all the territory, it wouldn't cease to exist as a sovereign state. But this is not addressed in international law, so there's a gap there. So moving on to the population criteria of Tuvalu. Displacement is already in place in multiple island states for economic reasons, because as I mentioned before, there's a problem of food security, of freshwater availability. So the question is where to set the minimum? How many people do we need to live there in order for the country to secure its status of a state? And in this sense, the main case that is being used for this population criteria is the Stilen case of 1978, which concerned the Administrative Court of Köln, where some individuals claimed that they had founded a state and called the Principality of Stilen. However, the Administrative Court of Köln said that the mere aggregation of individuals is not enough for the population criteria to be considered a state, but rather what is needed is some presence of communal life, some common institutions, and some social life. So what I was telling you about before is that for Tuvalu, a possible solution would be that the population nucleus remained as a kind of a legal anchor so that the state did not lose all the statehood. However, if we assess this proposal with the Stilen case, we see that, strictly speaking, it would still not fulfill the population criterion because there would be no communal life as such. It would be just a performatic representation. But again, we have to, if we believe that there's political willingness to maintain the status of Tuvalu, then maybe even if it did not fulfill the Stilen case, it would be a possible solution. And the last criteria of the Montevideo Convention are an effective government and the capacity to enter in international relations. These criteria are not as important as the territory and the population ones, and rather than a precondition for statehood, they have been acknowledged as a result of this status. Regarding effective government, there's an internal dimension and an external one. Internally, this means the availability to put in place laws and to enforce them in the territory. And externally, this means the diplomatic capacity of the state to be able to make agreements with other countries and to obey them. So to finish this section on the analysis of the Montevideo Convention within the case of Tuvalu, we have to acknowledge that maybe the loss of one of the aspects of the Montevideo Convention, or more than one aspect, would not necessarily entail the disappearance of Tuvalu as a state, as we have seen that there's some flexibility and that the states could maybe be willing to maintain the recognition of Tuvalu as a state. And also, the Montevideo Convention was put in place for the recognition of new states, and a process where decolonization was dominant in the international arena. And the disappearance of a state is a radically new phenomenon. So maybe what we need is new law that approaches this problematic. The government of Tuvalu was aware of the tendency that sea level rise was the greatest threat that the country was facing. So in order to anticipate for the loss of the sovereignty, they started this initiative called the Digital Tuvalu, where they are recreating the islands in the metaverse. This is a very new phenomenon, so legally speaking, also this has not been addressed. So this is an image of the website that you can already search with this haunting question: what happens to a country without a land? And so the government is doing efforts to digitalize archives, to secure the culture of the state, and to prepare for a governmental infrastructure, so as if the day comes where there's no territory above water and there's no population remaining there, they can secure statehood through the presence of a digital nation. However, I didn't want to stick only to the legal recognition of the state, and I wanted to also tackle the material, relational, and cultural implications of the disappearance of the state. So reading from post-colonial writers, for island states, territory is not only a geopolitical asset to be able to have a certain status, but is actually a testimony of the history of the colonialism, of extractivism that has been going on in the territories. So the disappearance of the land is also an attack on the history and on the memory of the state. So if we fail to acknowledge that this disappearance is not neutral, but is actually the result of the consequences of the neglect from the global north, then we risk repeating patterns of neglect toward the global south. So to conclude, the case of Tuvalu exposes the limits of the legal framework in international law, and if the international law wants to be relevant in the era of the Anthropocene, it needs to go beyond the Montevideo Convention. The case of Tuvalu highlights the urgent need to move from voluntary commitments to shared obligations to reduce emissions and to compensate for past action. It demands new global norms that recognize the protection of climate-threatened nations and displaced communities as a collective responsibility. And Tuvalu's claims thus challenges us not only to preserve a nation, but to imagine an international law responsive, capable of surviving the Anthropocene, and one that moves beyond rigid doctrines to embrace pluralist, decolonial, and ecologically grounded visions of political community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marina, for this very fresh perspective from a post-colonial perspective, because I think a lot of the speakers speak about the idea of the narratives and how narratives could control the focus of the climate crisis on certain places in the world while overlook in other places, and Tuvalu and small island states in general are writ large left behind in this kind of topic, and taking it from a legal perspective is very, very important. So thank you so much for this. And The final speaker will also be taking us on another legal journey, but she will be bringing us back to Poland. Let me introduce you to Martyna Kristma. She's a PhD candidate at the doctoral school of Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan, specializing in legal sciences. Her research focuses on the legal liability of businesses for climate change. She's the author of academic publications and a speaker at both national and international conferences on civil and international law. In 2025, she successfully passed the bar exam for legal advisors in Poland. Today, Martyna will be taking us through her paper about legal accountability of the private sector for climate change from using the perspectives from international and domestic law. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Martyna.
Thank you very much. So let me start with a statement that climate change has emerged as one of the greatest crises of the 21st century, affecting not only the natural environment, but also global markets, political systems, legislation, and most importantly, human rights. So my question is, can we sue companies for climate change? But the starting point is, what is climate change? In fact, it's one of the most frequently discussed topics in the public discourse, yet it's very, very often treated as a buzzword or a trendy catchphrase. And yeah, so the first question is, what is climate change? What needs to be underlined today is the fact that natural climate change is exaggerated by human interference with climate, which is, I think, very well known as anthropogenic climate change. And while arguing that climate change per se may have any legal significance, one should bear in mind that not every form of climate change may have this legal significance and be legally relevant, as only the climate change caused by human interference with climate, so anthropogenic climate change, may allow to construe climate claims. So the core issue remains, however, the question of whether an individual can hold a private sector entities accountable for their harmful actions and omissions regarding the environment and climate. Current proposals are based on many different legal constructs, starting with human rights, personality rights, and finally tortious liability. As a result, the basics for climate litigations are inconsistent and often fall short to enable successful climate action. So, having said that, let me start with human rights agenda and with a question, is there a human right to climate or environment? So, it's rather obvious that climate change interferes with one's human rights, as floods, temperature fluctuations interfere with one's health, life, or home. As a rule, none of the human rights system explicitly grants a human right to the environment or to the climate, and that's sadly a fact. And what about now, what to do with this fact? Both in judiciary and legal doctrine, there is a huge debate concerning, is it even possible to say that there is a human right to climate or environment, and how should we define such a right? That's the first problem. However, there is another problem with how should we define the relationship between climate change and existing human rights like health, life, or home? And these shortcomings led to the development of three different theories describing the interlinks between climate change and human rights. The first one is the theory of environmental democracy, and I will not speak about this one today. The second one is the expansion theory, also known as greening of the human rights, which means that we use, for example, rights to life or to health to protect the environment. And the third one is the origin theory that seeks to identify a fully independent new human rights to environment or to the climate. Let me start with Genesis theory, also known as the origin theory, which is reflected in the resolutions of United Nations General Assembly, which explicitly state that human rights, that there is a human right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. When we want to think about the right to climate, stable or safe or clean, I think that it would be sufficient to indicate that legal doctrine defines this right as right to live in a safe and stable climate, one whose variability does not threaten human existence. And there is also the greening theory, a manifestation of which is the now famous case of Klimaseniorin versus Switzerland. I think that everyone has heard about this case. And the case is groundbreaking, in fact, as the European Court of Human Rights ruled that Article 8 of the Convention encompasses the right of individuals to effective protection by state authorities against the serious adverse effect of climate change. And that's the first judgment in history to having said that. So that's why it's important. And what's also important, that the court also addressed the specific nature of climate-related disputes, as they are not like the problem within the borders of a certain country, but a global phenomenon, a global problem that needs to be tackled. What's also important that the fact that judicial panel also highlighted the challenges related to establishing a causality between emissions of greenhouse gases and their effects, particularly in relations to individual rights. And that's the core problem while speaking about climate litigation. And I will come back to the problem of causality. The above deliberations indicate that now, currently, we can possibly think of human rights to environment as right in statu nascendi, that is embedded in soft law norms. This naturally underscores the necessity of addressing the question of how these interdependencies affect the private sector, the companies, and I want to discuss the problem with using these two concepts. The first one is corporate social responsibility, known as CSR, and corporate social accountability, known as CSA. First, it should be noted that human rights in general have a vertical effect, which means that the entity responsible for obligations related to human rights, to respect, protection, and implementation of these rights is the state, not the private entity, not the private sector. And as an issue that is discussed in the international legal doctrine is the question of whether human rights norms affect the obligations of private sector, and if they do so, how they do so. So that's the main question. In essence, the above addresses the question of whether norms of international human rights law can have a horizontal effect by imposing certain obligations on non-state actors, and whether this effect can be direct or indirect. Advocating for the horizontal direct effect of international human rights norms may have proved like a really, really bad idea due to many difficulties, including risks associated with the legality of imposing obligations on entities lacking legal personality under international law, also concerns about shifting responsibility, or lack of political will, which is, I think, one of the biggest problems in here. However, it's possible to state that this indirect effect of human right norms is possible. It's a vital possibility to interpret the obligations imposed on private sector, for example, within the tort law, the domestic tort law, through the lenses of human rights norms. And I think that's a vital possibility. And by the way of example, it was done before. I hadn't invented the whole idea or something. Like the Royal Dutch Shell case represents the idea, and the court of both instances, while hearing the case, stated that Shell is obliged to reduce greenhouse gases emissions into the atmosphere from the perspective of human rights. And however, this ruling has been annulled by the court of the second instance, the reasoning stayed mainly the same, as adjudicating panel ruled that provisions regarding human rights can have an impact on private law relationships by giving substance to open standards such as the social standard of care. And that's why I think that human rights norms and domestic law is very, very, very connected, and that's my main statement. And that's where we are going to the Polish law. And sadly, Polish lawmakers haven't made the problem of climate change the subject of any binding law yet. And most importantly, also the Polish constitution does not grant anyone a right to safe climate or even a right to clean environment. However, this statement is there are many different voices, and some of the doctrine representatives argue that the wording of Article 74 of Polish constitutions is construes a subjective right to environment and climate, but I'm not convinced with this statement. It's more of a reflex or something. It's not a subjective individual right to the environment. And why is it an issue? Because in a Polish domestic law, the whole concept of personality rights is based upon subjective rights. And why we will deny the existence of subjective right, both in public and private law, it's very hard to argue that we have a personality right to the climate or to the environment. And however, the judiciary haven't made the problem of right to a safe climate a topic of its consideration, and did not answer the question whether it is a personality right. It has done it with a right to the environment. And the Polish Supreme Court, in a now famous resolution from 2022, ruled that the right to live in a clean environment is not a personality right. Is anyone shocked? Because I was not when I was reading through the ruling. I was expecting the ruling, because there are many difficulties. I wish that I wouldn't show you the slide with the difficulties, but they exist. The first one is the existence of a subjective right to a safe climate, as I said before. The second one is the problem of the proper reconstruction of the content of a personality right in the form of individuals' right to a safe climate or the environment, because how to define such a right? How my right may be, I don't know, different from your right and for the common right to the environment. That's the main issue. The third one is the potentially unlimited circle of entities entitled to make a claim. Because, for example, if every one of us would be living in Krakow during winter, and we will suffer from the air pollution, how infringement with my rights is differs from the infringement of your rights. It's hard to put a boundary here. And finally, definition of the right as a personal value and not the good of universal nature. And the question remains open how the whole procedure of greening human rights will affect the way the personality rights are viewed among the domestic law. However, the ruling of Polish Supreme Court doesn't make me enthusiastic about the process of greening. Okay, so now we come to the tortious liability. And having in mind that nearly 2/3 of the anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions are generated by private sector, I think that it would be reasonable to think that the law should give you tools to first oblige the private sector entities to take appropriate remedial measures, and secondly, hold them legally responsible for negative climate impacts. And this ultimately comes down to the question of whether it's possible to develop a legal framework that would allow for derivation of civil liability for private sector entities at the threshold of the damage. So before the damage occurs, as I believe that climate damage can be defined as future damage. And unfortunately, this is not more optimistic as the personality rights. And let me start with Article 439 of Polish Civil Code. The problem with using said provision to construe climate claims lays in a directness of the harm. The threat must be direct, meaning one of which there is a high probability of occurrence. A high probability of occurrence. And now let's compare it to climate change. So that's the main issue. This requirement may lead to significant practical challenges, precisely due to lack of the directness of the damage, particularly in terms of certainty, probability, and temporal criteria. And now, Article 415 of Polish Civil Code, which states that whoever by his fault caused the damage to another person shall be obliged to redress it. And in a Shell case, the Dutch court used a very similar provision to impose a duty on Shell, and that's how my adventure with climate litigation started, with the Shell case, in fact. And where's the problem with this provision? The rule expressed in this provision may be formulated as a principle according to which the rights and interests of civil law subjects are protected against infringement under the tort law regime. However, the prevailing view questions the interpretation of this provision as establishing a general normative prohibition against causing harm to others. Alternative positions can be found, according to which this provision constitutes a civil law relationship akin to the structure of personality rights, which they called a tort relationship. But where is the problem? First, the issue of liability for indirect damages, because I suppose that there is no company that wants to infringe with your rights and to harm you by, I don't know, generating a GHG emissions. The second one is the liability of private sector entities for negligence, which is a hard issue in a Polish civil private law. The third, the proper definition of illegality. That's also the problem, because there is not such a hard law norm that would prohibit to generate a GHG emissions. They need to examine and characterize the concept of climate damage, because how to properly define the climate damage that may be a future damage, and that's the problem. And finally, the difficulty of proving a causation, much less a causation of an adequate nature, because how to prove that let's say, temperature fluctuations in southern Poland are caused by the GHG emissions of certain company operating in the northern Poland. That would be a very, very hard task to do. And again, an open question remains how this issue will be addressed by the implementation of a directive on corporate sustainability due diligence, which I will call by now C3D, because it's quite easier for me to spell. The directive envisages a set of obligations, both preventive and remedial in nature, imposed upon corporate entities. A central feature of the directive is civil liability provision, pursuant to which companies might be held liable for harm resulting from a failure to exercise due diligence as stated in the directive, and following which the member states are required to establish a proper civil liability regime. But once again, where's the problem? The first problem is that there are many shortcomings in the EU regulation, and the many fields concerning the idea of liability were left to the member states. So this is, there is no legal presumption. The liability is based on the fault, not risk, so there are many, many shortcomings, and I'm not sure if this would really work. So having that, I will say just one sentence of the summary, and I will give you the floor. So in conclusion, there are, in my opinion, there are many shortcomings both in the international and Polish law to effectively sue companies for climate change. Maybe it would be easier to sue the state, but it's not that innovative, and the state is not the main polluter very, very often. So I think that it won't be possible to construe an effective climate claims without some new legislation, maybe implementing the C3D directive. So thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Martina, for this very wholesome presentation. I know it's very hard to sum up everything in 15 minutes. It's quite challenging, but hopefully in the next 10 minutes, you'll get some questions where you can get to also expand a little bit more on your work. But thank you for also another refreshing view about climate litigation, but from the perspective of how can we hold private sector accountable. And with that being said, I think we've reached my favorite part always, which is the Q&A's part. I will say just one quick sentence about each presentation to just refresh your minds about it, and then we can go ahead with the questions. So first and foremost, Philip just went us through the idea of how the climate change could impact political stability, be it in the democratic sphere or in more of a dictatorship regime. And then we had Dominic, who took us to India and highlighted how climate change could be an opportunity for collaboration, and how also the politicization of the narrative could really have us fixated that the climate conflict nexus is inevitable rather than actually being not inevitable. Like there are a lot of factors that influence this. And then we went to Tuvalu with Marina, where she also highlighted the importance of climate litigation, but also the shortcomings of it. Especially taking the case of the sea level rise and how there is no concrete efforts conducted to ensure that the new phenomenon of a disappearing state could be taken into account when it comes to the issue of sovereignty in general. And last but not least, we finished up with Martina, and we highlighted how there is a major issue when it comes to holding private sector accountable, be it on the international sphere or Poland as a microcosm of the challenges in the international sphere. With that being said, I would love to hear all your questions about these very interesting contributions. I have many on my own. Amazing. Okay, so we will start with you.
Hello, thank you for your amazing presentations. I had a question regarding adaptation, so I think it's especially relevant for the first three panelists, but we've seen how adaptation strategies really have to differ depending on the regime, depending on the location, depending on the region in the world. How would you say that a global community like the ones organized under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change can address climate adaptation if it is that different from region or from the context?
Who would like to take the floor? Amazing.
I can start. Thank you for the question. I think my field research showed that we cannot think climate adaptation without looking deeply at the social environment you want to make more adapted to. And in my case, it was very important that there is strong social cohesion. There is not so much political, and that was what I found interesting, not the political environment in Varanasi made it so strong,
against the climate influence. It was more like the interactions between the people, peace on a very ground level, and social interaction, social understanding. And I found that there's kind of a dual use happening, probably, that if you have social institutions which are strong, they can, in case of a disaster, be activated as well and be utilized. This is, of course, like in the case of Varanasi, for example, I saw that there are many informal channels for communication in case of ethnic unrest. And these were activated again in the case of severe flooding. Of course, that's maybe a not so satisfying answer because these little things are hard to implement top-down. These are things that need to grow bottom-up. But I would suggest that utilizing environmental peace building, for example, the EU could support more of these like bottom-up initiatives, give out mini loans, grants, platforms, social media toolkits, these kind of things.
So in the case of Tuvalu, I think the situation is so severe that there's no much to do there. There are some mitigation strategies to try to like postpone as much as possible the complete sinking of the islands. But as I said, like it's not the total submergence of the land, but actually the other problems related to food security, to freshwater availability, what are really a threat there, and the sea level is just too high for there to be a solution. Like the only solution would be to stop emitting like today, and that's not going to happen. So there's no much there. That's why the government has tried to anticipate to that, but also like the digital nation policy has been contested inside as a way, like a technological resolutionism, more performatic rather than a practical thing, and it also relies on technology, which also needs like it's high emitting, so there's no much room there. And from an international perspective, maybe I could think that there could be some things to be done, like recognizing that there are climate refugees, for example, but this is also a very individualistic right, and it doesn't address the fact that it's affecting a whole nation and how that would go.
Thank you very much. We have time for the final question. Yes, please take the floor.
So this question is for Dominic, but others can also chime in if they feel the need to. So I really enjoyed your presentation. And then you waited until the last 10 seconds to mention something very interesting to me. You said that thinkers like Ayn Rand could have solutions to problems such as these, and I happen to be familiar with objectivism. So I was wondering, knowing that according to her, human ingenuity and unregulated markets and unregulated capitalism brings the most progress. This drive, at the same time, this drive for profits is what caused climate change. So I'm wondering how you can, combine those two into something reasonable, a reasonable solution for that.
I'm sorry that it came over that way. I meant that Ayn Rand is part of the problem, not being a thinker that can deliver a solution, but more a thinker that contributes to the non-solution. What's the word for non-solution? Whatever. So yeah, what I was like trying to see, or like what I saw, is that we are using a lot of like concepts and like unidirectional thinking when it comes to thinking about climate conflicts and climate security. AKA, it's gonna be worse. It's gonna be more scarcity. It's gonna be more conflict. And I was thinking, like, why are we thinking like that? What's the reason behind it? Because my field research and other research as well shows that this does not have to be the case. So I was thinking, okay, this whole degradation story, as Anat Singh, for example, calls it in her book, The Mushroom at the End of the World, is, I think, rooted in some influential thinkers like Ayn Rand, who, with objectivism, says, okay, well, only thinking of yourself and hyper-individualism is rational. And I think this kind of thinking of competition is at the core of why we think the future only goes down. Because following Ayn Rand, you know, we have less resources. Okay, what's going to happen? People are getting more competitive because that's how it always is in the market. And I do think that's wrong. That's not how it has to be. People also, and that's why I was saying Darwin, right? Neo-Darwinism, same thing. It's the same story, but that's also, and that has to be increasingly challenged. Also, humans as well as animals do survive by cooperating. So our future, and that's what I said with, or I meant with like, kind of sort of like trying to get an unbiased world-making, future-making going. I'm convinced that's what we need to kind of get rid of like, okay, there's only one way. We can create a future where there is more cooperation, because I am afraid if we only think it will automatically kind of autopilot be worse and like everybody's fighting and more conflicts. If you think that way, of course, it's maybe, you know, gonna be a self-fulfilling prophecy in the end, because we do not have the alternatives to this way of thinking. We did not create a future where collaboration is happening more and more.
Thank you so much, Dominic. One final question, because I know so Beatriz will take the floor, because it's been a very interesting session, and I can imagine there are a lot of thoughts. I would just like to request that maybe the answer could take from 1 to 2 minutes, so that we don't delay very much, and we can take it back to the networking session or over lunch.
Yeah, actually it's more of a comment, so it doesn't require much of an answer. It's from my compatriot, Marina. I was wondering whether you think, or you have considered in your paper, in your research, that maybe other areas of law, such as the law of the sea, Article 5 on baselines, that could come at help of your arguments about, if not the statehood, what rights the state could preserve. You know, they kind of, there's an understanding of Article 5 that is about fixed baselines on the face of climate change, and there's this declaration from the Pacific Forum. So just like more than a comment than anything else, whether you see that other areas of law helpful in this connection.
So you were asking about the maritime, okay. So that's also a concern of the government of Tuvalu. I'm no legal expert, so maybe we can discuss this afterwards and just leave it here.
Perfect. Thank you very much. It's very exciting I think this is such an amazing forum to learn from one another, and this is why we're here, I guess. And to just wrap up very quickly, I think if I would choose one single thread that I found in this session, it's the thread of hope, because regardless of the fact that all of the panelists did highlight a lot of challenges when it comes to the climate change and its nexus with security, but they've also highlighted how these challenges pose an opportunity to go beyond the existing system in order to be norm innovators, or to look at the private sector, which produces 2/3 of the emissions. How can we innovate in that sector? Or how can we use theories in order to innovate and shed light on the the opportunities that climate change poses, and as well the fact that climate change in some small communities like Varanasi in India showed how it could be an opportunity for collaboration. So it's about how can we learn from these small-scale successes as well as the large-scale challenges to transform them in an opportunity to move in a world that deconflicts the climate crisis. With that being said, I hope I left you with enough food for thought, and we would be heading for the food, but before that, we will be taking a very nice family photo in this room together. So thank you very much, and I would like to very warmly just give another warm welcome to all the speakers for their amazing contributions, be it on paper or on the stage. Thank you very much.
Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin.
Welcome back to the 6th Annual Climate and Energy Transition Conference. We're excited to have you back now that you are with a full belly and hopefully high energy. We have 2 panels awaiting us, but for those who didn't have the chance to join us for the 2 panels, very quickly, the first one was talking a little bit more about energy security, the energy trilemma, and how we could situate it into the conflict narratives. The second panel took us into both a theoretical as well as an empirical side of the debate, talking about how real communities are suffering, like Tuvalu and communities in India, but also invoking us to look at the legalistic approaches and the corroboration and cooperation approaches in order to advance the climate commitments that unfortunately our readers fail to abide by. This session, I'm a little bit biased, but I think it's the most interdisciplinary out of the 2 that we had so far. We're going to be situating the climate conflict nexus in a geopolitical as well as a geoeconomic nexus. We'll be exploring from how conflict, or at least the idea of conflict, could lead to overlooking climate change commitments, moving on to a more interesting debate as well about the investigations of how the rising economic rivalry on green technology could essentially lead to different types of conflicts as well as to different kinds of major power races. So with that said, our panel is entitled Adjusting Economies to Climate Pressure. It will feature 2 great speakers and panelists. First, Dr. Josephine van Zeben. Please join me here on the floor. And then we have, of course, Mr. Harm van de Plasje. Please give a round of applause to our panelists. Amazing. Another quick reminder, like our previous panels, we will be starting with the speakers' presentations, then we will open the floor for more discussions, and given the fact that we have only 2 panelists, it's going to be very engaging, so I invite you to stay tuned because it's very, very interesting research topics. We will be starting off with Dr. van Zeben. Josephine is the Provost for Education and Academic Staff Development at the European University Institute. She's also the Professor of Transnational Law at the Florence School of Transnational Governance. She has extensive experience researching the regulation of transnational issues by public and private actors across jurisdictions. She has a particular focus on polycentric governance theory as well as developments related to the European Union. Reflecting on her transnational and interdisciplinary approaches, her research mainly focuses on pressing global challenges, including climate change, biodiversity, agriculture, and environmental pollutions. Today, Dr. Josephine will present to us her research entitled Food Securitization During the Climate Crisis. Please, could you give another round of applause to Dr. Josephine?
Hi. Okay, so as already mentioned, my name is Josephine van Zeben. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me to Natolin. It's the first time in Poland and the first time in Warsaw, so it's really interesting time for me. As you will see, this is joint work with Dr. Mirta Alessandrini, assistant professor at the University of Wageningen. She's very much an agri-food expert, so if there's any really tricky questions on that topic, I'll just refer to my absent co-author. Okay, so we have been working on this project for a little while, and we actually did another co-author piece on this where we also brought in energy security, actually, but for this particular conference, we wanted to dig in more into the food policy aspects of what we had been doing. So what I want to talk about today is mostly food securitization, right, and what that even is and what it looks like, especially in the European context. But the main focus that we tried to, or the main things that we tried to look into as lawyers in this paper was really also what are the effects of food securitization in the EU on specific institutional challenges within the European Union. So one of those dimensions, which I'll speak more of, is the division of competence between the member states and the EU in this area of agri-food and how that's affected by securitization. And secondly, the explicit and implicit hierarchy of policy goals that may be affected by securitization in this space. Now, I will talk about each of these in turn, but the first thing I want to dig into a little bit more deeply is what food securitization actually means. This is a definition which is quite rich, as you can see from the quite elaborate underlining, which was an attempt to emphasize what was actually important, but as you can see, all of it is important. So there are many different definitions of food security, and this is one that was taken from the most recent restatements in both UN and EU based policy documents, and it really has to do with sort of this individual physical and economic access to adequate, safe, and nutritious food, which moreover aligns with dietary needs and preferences for a healthy and active life. Right now, as a lawyer, as all of you who are lawyers will recognize, any of these different terms will be contested. Right? What does nutritious mean? What does safe mean? What does access entail? Are these procedural, substantive rights, etc., etc.? So there's really a lot to unpack here. And the interesting thing I think about this definition, apart from how rich it is also that it's very context specific. But also, perhaps strangely, not actually really linked to securitization. So maybe a really brief word about securitization before I go into the pillars of this definition. So securitization, I know that we talk about security obviously the whole day, but we haven't really talked about what it means to have securitization of a policy area. And I think that's really one of the things that drove this paper and this research that we were doing, because it's this process of taking something which was considered previously a normal policy area, right? So name anything, food, for example, which is then somehow elevated to something that has something to do with national security, right? And the reason why that is particularly important is because of the kind of consequences that it has for a definition such as this one, but also for the kind of measures that we are then allowed to take in order to achieve this, right? So this definition is not new. However, with the increased securitization of food, right, so the elevation of this policy area to a matter of national security, all of a sudden the processes that surround the achievement of food security really change, right? So we get a much less democratic process typically in discussing these kind of policy goals and how they're achieved, but also we can use different kinds of mechanisms to achieve, for example, consistent economic access, right? And I'll talk about that later as well. Okay, so this is sort of quite an established, as I mentioned, definition, but it's given new meaning now through this process of securitization. So some of this might look very familiar to you. I saw somebody with the pen, even not of this one, but of climate change. Food security is part of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's part of this discussion about right to adequate food, right, and whether or not we have that, but also if we would have that, what would it look like? As we can see already from these two illustrations, there are different aspects and different pillars to this kind of right and to this kind of concept of zero hunger and how we should achieve that. So the sort of commonly agreed pillars that we now see in food security are availability, accessibility, utilization, stability, agency, and sustainability. Now, given that in the end we only have 20 minutes, I'm not going to go into these in a huge amount of detail, but all of these speak to different aspects of that definition that you saw before, which is, you know, how available is the food, what kind of food is available, et cetera, right? And I think it also speaks to something that was mentioned in a different presentation earlier by Dominic, like it is also quite context specific, right? Because I think especially the question of dietary needs and preferences has become very important in the interpretation of these pillars, right? So it's not just that, you know, here's rice and you should be happy now because you have food. It's like, no, but maybe I don't want rice, maybe I want potatoes, right? Like here in the canteen. So, you know, this is something that's becoming increasingly important. Now, so far, sort of so good in terms of this is not very controversial and this has been going on, this debate for a long time. I think what we're seeing now, sort of the more recent changes in this domain of food security and food securitization, which as I mentioned is really distinct, is that we are still continuing to pay attention to the objective and subjective dimensions of what security and food security entails, but there's this move towards securitization which affects how these policies are measured against other policies and how we talk about them. Okay, so what then does food security mean in EU agri-food policy, right? So as I mentioned, this is quite a context-specific area, so we've decided to focus really on the European space, and in order to not bore you to tears with a very long history of EU agri-food policy, I'm giving you some pictures. So EU agri-food policy actually has a really long and interesting history, which some of you may be familiar with, some of you may not. And I think one of the things that is very often forgotten is that the common agricultural policy of the EU, which sort of created at the same time that the EU was created, or at the time, obviously not the EU, but its predecessor, there really wasn't much food security in the European Union, right? So this was relatively quickly after the Second World War, and there was a real concern that there wasn't enough food, right? I mean, again, this is strange for us to imagine maybe now, but there just simply wasn't enough food. So the origin of the CAP, right, of the Common Agricultural Policy, was really to make sure that we would have food security, both in terms of quantity of food, but also in terms of the affordability of food. And that has massively impacted on how agricultural policy has developed within the European Union, to the point where now, actually, well, now being until very recently, we had a surplus of food. Right, so we've gone really from one extreme to the other, and when scarcity was no longer an issue, the main focus of the CAP became ensuring food to a certain price, but also ensuring the continuation of the agricultural sector in the European Union in order to sustain a way of life in rural communities that otherwise wouldn't have been possible, right? Because already for a very, very long time, I would say decades, European agriculture has not actually been competitive, and it's also ecologically very, questionable. But to no longer subsidize European agriculture through the CAP would mean basically losing out on entire rural communities and ways of life in many member states. So that's sort of where we are now. At the end of this timeline, you can see some mention of reinforced conditionality. So this is really about what kind of subsidies will be given to whom and why, and an increased emphasis on eco-schemes and agri-environmental payments. So agri-environmental payments are payments that farmers would receive if they would, in addition to maintaining their sort of production, do things like regenerative farming, or sometimes actually not farm, but instead let the soil recover, take care of biodiversity in their sort of land. So that is increasingly now something that the CAP was encouraging, but in the end, the CAP just fundamentally is a scheme that is aimed at food security and good market conditions for farmers, right? So that's kind of difficult to move away from. Now, maybe a slightly more detailed timeline on the more recent changes to the CAP. So the CAP is renewed every so many years. The last proposal for a new CAP was published in 2018, which was very much sort of coinciding with the adoption of the Green Deal, which I'll talk about very briefly in a minute. Now, the whole point of the Green Deal was that we would go to a net zero economy, the zero pollution, et cetera, biodiversity, all these kind of good things that we want. And the question was, how does agriculture fit into this? Because for a very long time, there's been a high level of exceptionalism applied to European agriculture, as I just explained. So it had typically been outside of the kind of discussions of reducing emissions and these kind of things within the European Union. So this proposal really, for the first time, I think, starts to change this, right? Because we have the Green Deal communication in 2019, and in that we also have the farm to fork strategy and the biodiversity strategy, right? And these really have a lot of targets which are also relevant for agriculture, which I'll explain a little bit more about in a minute. We then even see that we have a climate law, which now for the first time introduces binding emission reduction targets. This is a little bit noteworthy because I think a lot of people in Europe thought we already had those for many decades, but actually they tended to be policy requirements rather than legal requirements. So this was, in the end, quite an important change. And there's even a discussion as to the extent of which agricultural activities need to be included in these new reduction targets. We then see the adoption of the new CAP in 2021, and which then started in 2023. Okay, so far so good. As I mentioned, the Green Deal is a very holistic approach to these environmental aims that the European Union had adopted. The agricultural aspect of this can mostly be found in the Farm to Fork, but there's also a more specific chapter on agriculture in rural areas to really deal with this question of how do we sort of, again, going back to this just transition sort of language, how do we deal with rural areas and how do we include them in this transition? The CAP would have to be modernized and simplified, which I just showed before. And then, as I mentioned, there's also some other mentions of agricultural relevant issues in different chapters. For example, zero pollution has a large effect on the use of pesticides, but these are the main areas in which agriculture came out, and food security obviously also became relevant. So these are some of the main objectives of the Green Deal that, and of the Farm to Fork strategy that obviously impact our agri-food system in the EU. So the focus was on making them fair, healthy, and environmentally friendly, right? Again, a marked market shift from food security and food affordability, which we had before under the CAP. A lot has to do with the food chain. So this is really this question of, food production from the moment that you are producing it in agricultural settings to the moment that it's consumed, right? So it really covers that entire chain of events. Contributing to mitigating climate change, so a very large discussion is still ongoing, and I think the regulation is about to be adopted on the extent to which agricultural lands can act as carbon sinks and to what extent they have to actually participate in things like the ETS. Reversing the loss of biodiversity in agricultural land. So, for example, in the Netherlands, agricultural land is the main contributor to loss of biodiversity by about 70%. It's very, very shocking numbers. But also still ensuring food security, nutrition, and public health, preserving the affordability of food, and generating fair economic returns in the supply chain, right? So these last three, I would say, are very reminiscent of the existing CAP. Now, the objectives are important, but I think also it's good to spend a little bit of time on the targets because, as you will see, these targets were actually relatively ambitious. So the use of the reduction of the use of pesticides by 50%, reduce nitrogen losses by at least 50%. So this is a very important, but technically very complicated process where even though we're still producing a huge amount of agricultural produce, the nutritional value of that is becoming less and less and less. So to give you a rather scary example, if you eat a tomato today, you probably have to eat about 5 or 6 of them to get the same nutritional value as you would have had to eat like 20 years ago, because our soil degradation is so intense that actually, there's just not enough nutrients in the soil to create nutrition in the products that come from that soil. Reduce the sale of microbials for farmed animals and agriculture, and increase organic farming, right? Which of course would then help also with these other goals. So this is where we were, right? But then some stuff happened. COVID happened. I'm not going to talk about COVID right now, but also, which I will get to in a bit more concrete way in a minute, we started having some real issues with potential conflict, right? Most notably the invasion of Ukraine, which I'll speak about in a second. So one of the things that then was added to the Farm to Fork strategy in 2021, so this was just before the invasion of Ukraine, there was this idea that we really should have a contingency plan for ensuring food supply and food security. So this was actually also mostly inspired by COVID. And part of what this contingency plan entails is the European Food Security Crisis Preparedness and Response Mechanism, right? Wonderfully rolls off the tongue. But this is the first time, really, that the European Union had created such a mechanism, and really sort of recognize that at some point we may again have existential shocks to our food system. Some of the things in the mechanism were already there. So this idea of strategic grain reserves we already had. Also direct payments to farmers was something we already had. The Fund for European Aid for the Most Deprived was something we already had. But there was really this recognition that some of these existing mechanisms should be used also to ensure food security and food provision in times of crises. So again, here we see a bit of securitization of an existing policy. And one of the main additions of the plan was that there would be alerts when people felt that, maybe there were threats to food security and food stability, but also annual monitoring of situations in areas where problems were foreseen. So actually quite timely, because then, as you will know, this happened. So this created a huge, huge shock to the global agri-reality, right? And I'm sorry if I'm talking about it a little bit casually, but that's my only way of getting through these slides without getting very, very passionate about it. So we'll just talk about it in a more academic way at the moment. So this is the impact that the conflict between Ukraine and Russia has on global food. So you have to imagine, so yellow is Ukraine, red is Russia. This is the global share of these different markets, which are, needless to say, really crucial for many countries, not only the European Union, but also especially a lot of middle and low income countries globally. To give you a sense of this, so this is these are countries in their dependency on wheat imports from Ukraine and the Russian Federation. So you can see like how high, like for some countries, it's really almost 100% dependency on these different areas. So at the moment where this conflict, really became worse and ports were closed, etc., this was an instant shock to the market in terms of prices, but also in terms of availability. This is just another way of looking at this, right? So these are specific Arab countries who are dependent on wheat from Russia and Ukraine, and as you can see, dependency levels for some countries are really high. Now, this is all sort of the immediate impact, which is obviously very crucial. I also really want to draw your attention to this picture because it's not only a matter of the current situation, right? So it's not just a matter of accessibility to fields and ability to engage in agriculture now, but it's also a huge ecological cost of the ongoing conflict in the longer term, right? So we have, I couldn't find a high enough sort of resolution of the satellite images, but the satellite images right now of some very, very important agricultural regions in Eastern Ukraine show that basically a lot of the most fertile agricultural land are so polluted now by weaponry and mines, etc., that it's going to take literally decades, if not, if ever possible, to again sort of clean the soil and make it useful again for agriculture. So there will be a long-term effect of this conflict, even if it would stop today. So where are we now? Right, so with all these uplifting images, where are we now? So the European Commission, in response to all these developments, basically said the future of the strategic sector, meaning agriculture, rests on the ability of the Union and its member states to put in place the right conditions to enable an agri-food sector that is competitive and resilient in the face of rising global competition and shocks. Yeah. So that goes back again to the contingency plan that I just showed you and the mechanism that I showed you. One of the most recent restatements of that vision or that perspective of the Commission in European policy documents is in the 2025 vision for food and agriculture that the Commission then released. And what's really interesting is that we see a marked change of language and priorities in this debate. So all of a sudden it's all about food security, safety, and sovereignty as non-negotiable priorities of the European Union, right? There is no reference any longer to any climate change or environmental considerations at all, right? So this is really a break from the Green Deal language and the kind of errors that we had there. Further enhancement of the mechanism and also action by the member states to develop national and regional preparedness and response plans, right? So these are really plans that are supposed to show on individual country level their resilience to these kind of shocks. Now, maybe very briefly, because I know I'm running out of time, let me briefly speak about these two topics that I brought up in the beginning, right? So this is sort of what we have seen happen after Ukraine, which was one of, I think, the biggest shocks that we've had to our agri-food system, I would say, since the Second World War. And we also see the securitization aspect then of agri-food policy in the European Union. And what we were interested in sort of analyzing is, okay, what does all of that mean for the division of competences between the EU and the member states, especially because agri-food for a very long time has been a mostly European area of competence, right? But national security isn't, right? So do we see an effect of that change in division of competence? So there are three things that we've seen. So for a very long time already, the CAP was very much characterized by this idea of flexibility. So actually a relatively high level of national discretion, but still with this idea of operating under a European banner, European umbrella. This has really changed now. So what we see now actually is a huge renationalization of agri-food policy to the member states. So France has adopted some really interesting laws. I think Germany is working on some things. So this has really been quite a change. And actually, in part, that has been the consequence of the EU not adopting any kind of joint measures on this yet. So this is one of the few areas where we haven't seen any joint EU member state action apart from some very limited efforts to stabilize prices. So we also see that these member state initiatives are just filling a gap that was left by the European Union. And then thirdly, what we see is a huge tension, which I'll get into in the next slide as well, between the farm to fork goals and what we see happening now in agri-food policy. So really this short-term versus long-term food security issue. So let me move on to that immediately and talk a little bit about this hierarchy of policy goals, right? So I really started by showing you how much the European Union had been trying to push the CAP into this new ecological era by really incorporating it into the Green Deal and having a much more environmentally focused narrative of agriculture in the EU. I think that's really changing, and I think one of the main questions that we conclude the paper with is whether food security and environmental sustainability can really coexist and be pursued at the same time, or really whether there might be a clash, at least in the short to medium term. And if so, which one do we then choose, right? Which one do we prioritize? And I think what we see actually is many of the measures that have now been suspended. So for example, the agri-environmental payments that I mentioned in the beginning, and the ecological payments that I mentioned in the beginning, they've now been suspended, right? In order to just up production, which is great, but actually, and don't worry, I don't have slides on that because it's really scary stuff. But what we're seeing now is that the Court of Auditors, the European Court of Auditors, and the Environmental Agency did a study on the climate impacts on agriculture in the European Union, and actually what it looks like right now is that 90% of Southern Europe will be lost to agricultural production within the next sort of 30 years. So if that's true, then we have a huge challenge on our hands, both in terms of food security, but also in terms of the societal sort of effects of that kind of shift. So that's the other thing that we sort of look at, and we show that there are really tensions there on choices that need to be made, but they're not really being made very openly, again, because of that securitization that we're seeing. So maybe a final slide on the outlook. So I just wanted to also sort of stress how this fits within the larger environmental agenda of the European Union. So we obviously have now closed the Green Deal in a way, even though we're still implementing it, and we've now moved on to the Industrial Clean Deal and affordable energy, but also the omnibus efforts, and a lot of that is actually very deregulatory. But even apart from the deregulatory effects, we see that it's much more focused on competition and decarbonization and competitiveness and growth rather than these environmental things that we saw before. So I think really the question here is, and I think this is going to be a question that's going to be posed relatively quickly, how is the securitization of food policy going to compare to securitization of climate change policy, right? Because I think both of those are going to happen, but we're going to have to answer some really difficult questions on how we're going to sort of bring together the conflicting aims that we have there. Okay, so apologies for going slightly over time, but thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Josephine. You left us with a lot of food for thought, to be honest, about the dichotomy of the conflict and climate change nexus. We're going to move on with another very interesting session and panel with Harm. He's going to tell us a little bit more about how the rising Chinese threat, or the built threat that has been constructed by the West, is going to influence the so-called green technology race. But before I move on to Harm, I have to first introduce him. So, Harm is a master's student in European political and governance study at the College of Europe in in Bruges, sorry, so confused. He holds degrees in history and political economy from Leiden University and the University of Amsterdam. His professional experience includes roles within the Dutch government and Amnesty International. Like I said, today Harm will be presenting to us another thought-provoking article on the climate-economic security nexus. His research is entitled Building a Threat, the United States and European Union Reaction to China's Green Tech Rise. Please give a warm welcome to Harm.
So first of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's a real pleasure to hear everyone speak. So I will be presenting the following: Building a Threat, the US and EU Reaction to China's Green Tech Rise. And what I will be doing throughout this presentation is really building a constructivist argument about how the US and the EU envision China's green tech rise and how this has introduced new elements of securitization and geopolitics into the development of green tech in the US and the EU. So to start off with the well-known conjuncture, as we have all read in the press, undoubtedly China has become the dominant player in green tech. Over 70% of all solar panels are produced within China. More than half of the world's lithium processing, which is crucial for producing batteries, takes place within China. It has the largest EV market in the world, with the leading company BYD stationed within its borders. And it is responsible for refining 90% of all rare earth metals, which are crucial for manufacturing a lot of the key green tech needed for the energy transition. And you can see just a general summary of that on your right. And this has been framed as a rise of Chinese manufacturing, and a corresponding response has been envisioned by the US and the EU. In the US, it's the perhaps not so aptly named IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, which has taken place, giving tax incentives for the development of green tech within the United States, which I will develop on a little bit more later. And in the EU, kind of the most prominent example, which has taken place more recently, have been the tariffs that have been imposed on Chinese EVs after an investigation into the subsidies that the production of these EVs receive. But my question is, how do we get from this rise of China as a green tech manufacturing hub to this response by the EU and the US? How do policymakers in the West envision this rise, and how do they react to it? And I will be kind of hinging this mechanism of response on three concepts. So first, the balance of power, then the role of expertise, and especially the role that expertise plays in politics, then climate change and global politics, how they have interacted over the last 20 years. To start off with the balance of power. So China has often been framed as a rising power, and this language kind of comes out of the talk around the balance of power, which may seem like an archaic concept, but is in fact very much among us, as you can see in this cartoon on the right from a couple of years ago, showing the balancing act, in this case, in East Asia. The notion itself was developed in the 17th century in Europe as kind of a mechanical solution to international relations. Intellectuals and politicians and kings realized that the goal of creating an overarching empire based on the Roman example was no longer legitimate, and that instead what characterized the international system, so to say, was multiplicity of multiple sovereign and legitimate states, which has already been emphasized in a previous presentation which talked about the Westphalian system. It was maligned by Wilson, but became and still is, I would say, hegemonic in foreign policy thinking, although it is not always explicitly articulated. Currently, the previous national security advisor under the Biden administration, Jake Sullivan, explicitly emulated George Kennan, a very important figure in the start of the Cold War and the thinking of American foreign policy and the balancing of the US and the so-called Western Bloc against, at that time, the main competitor, in their view, the USSR. And this has kind of coalesced now. We see this balance of power discourse around the notion of a rising China, which may be upsetting this balance of power, tilting the scale, so to say. But the crucial question is, when talking about this balance of power, is what is being balanced? As a lot of research has emphasized, power is situational. It depends on the situation in which it is being exercised, how effective it is. And it is relational. It depends on whom it is being exercised and how well they can formulate their resistance to the power being exercised. But in common discourse and kind of in policy, it is commonly conceived of as military resources and economic resources. So power would be rising, such as in the case of China, because it is gaining more economic assets, it is gaining military capabilities, which it can then use to exercise power. And that poses the question, although you may have balance now, what about the future? How can policymakers ensure that this crucial balance of power, which is designed to maintain peace, is maintained? And here the role of expertise is crucial. So science has really been the answer to this question of the future in the balance of power, both social science and natural science. So predictions of material strength have really become instrumental in foreign policy to kind of measure the balance between different powers. And economics has become the dominant discipline in establishing the framework for this. As you can see on the right, a famous graph made by Paul Samuelson, one of the key founders of New Keynesianism, who showed that the USSR would overtake the US in real GDP, and this created a lot of fears, for example, within the US State Department, and elicited a lot of responses on their side to stimulate their economic growth. But as we've been talking about today, economics and kind of economic growth does not take place in a world where you just have capital input and labor input. Now the climate is taking its revenge, so to say, and it has to be factored in when considering the future. Therefore, climate has become, so to say, a problem that politics has to confront. How will the effects of climate, which were estimated at causing $38 trillion in damage by 2050, how will they impact this balance of power, and how can we mitigate them? And what has become key is the development of technologies in order to mitigate the oncoming climate disaster. Who possesses those technologies and who has a competitive advantage in them? And therefore, who has a comparative advantage may upset the balance of power, since they're better able to mitigate their own climate problems, but other states who are faced with climate disaster will also want to purchase them and thereby increase the supposed power of the state that owns all the manufacturing capabilities. And I think you can see where I'm going with this. China is now constructed, so to say, as this power with a competitive advantage, which will serve it in the future to increase its own power and upset this very delicate balance of power. And the US has responded to this. I'm not saying that this fear about the balance of power is the only logic driving these policies, which I'm about to present, and the discourse behind them, but it is one of the driving factors. So post-2006, of course, the first Trump administration took a quite adversarial stance towards China. And in the 2017 National Security Strategy, China was defined as a strategic competitor. And clean tech was in return reframed as a national security domain. The US did not want to be dependent on another power for its own clean tech. And the Biden administration, which was more comfortable talking about climate change and developing green technologies, expanded this securitization logic. It equated climate policy with economic strategy and with national defense, and it created explicit borders, such as Janet Yellen at that point in time, the US Treasury Secretary, saying that the US would construct a high fence in blocking off a small yard that China could not touch. So the technologies within that small yard, that's where the US would have to keep its competitive advantage, and China would have to be number 2 or even lower down the pecking order. And central concepts here were technological sovereignty and an effort to avoid supply chain coercion. And again, key narratives analyzed China to the USSR and therefore Cold War strategies, and wiped up this fear of dependency and weaponized interdependence. And the two key policies here, one could argue, were on the one hand, here you can see Biden signing the CHIPS Act, which beyond freeing funding for chips development, also freed up funding for battery development and prohibited certain companies receiving this federal funding from investing in the Chinese market, therefore putting it behind the US. And of course, the Inflation Reduction Act, which I already talked about, it was estimated that this would free up $369 billion towards the green tech sector, but it has been estimated to be even more. And this was supposed to build up the US's own competences in this crucial technological field. And it also built on its alliances and an export strategy in order to limit China's development in the clean tech sphere. So, for example, the formation of the Mineral Security Partnership with the EU and a number of other countries, notably in Latin America, where a lot of rare earth minerals are. It strengthened ties via the Quad, which includes Australia, India, and Japan, and imposed export restrictions on battery technologies that were federally funded, therefore limiting the exchanges between the United States and China. And media and think tanks kind of reinforce this narrative that allowing China to gain this leadership position in green tech would damage US power. So CSIS, SFER, the CNAS warn of a green tech gap between the US and China, and the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal equated the green dominance of China to an economic weapon that it could use to cut off the essential green tech exports to the US, and which would therefore put the US in a weaker position to tackle the climate crisis. As you can see here on the bottom, a headline from the Washington Post on that. And what is surprising given the political climate in Washington these days is that a bipartisan consensus emerged around this narrative. Now to turn to the EU, whose response was slightly different since it started with optimism. It saw the rise of China in its manufacturing of cheaper solar panels as a way to achieve its own climate targets quicker. And the EU welcomed, in fact, the scale-up of solar and wind. But this changed post-2020 with COVID, the Ukraine war, and the realization, or the construction of a realization, that the EU was dependent now on China to achieve its green goals. And the recognition that strategic autonomy in green tech on the EU side was missing, notably due to competition from China, which had hollowed out a lot of the EU's own manufacturing capacity, notably in solar panels in countries like Germany. And its policy responses were multivariate. I'll just single out two. So the battery projects for common European interests were designed to scale up the EU's own battery production and streamline the EU funding that all these projects could get. And the Green Industrial Plan was seen as somewhat of a response by the EU to the IRA, its own IRA, so to say, and it even set goals for the market share that the EU should obtain in key types of green tech by 2030 and 2050. And this was accompanied by a discursive shift, as in the US case, albeit less extreme towards securitization. Now there was a blend of not only environmental factors, but also industrial factors and security. Technological sovereignty was emphasized. Open strategic autonomy was now applied to the green tech sphere as well. And it was the EU's dependency, so to say, on China for the green tech was equated to its previous dependence on Russia for gas, which obviously had quite a normative charge behind it. And think tanks such as the European Center for Security, Bruegel, warned of a strategic trap that the EU could fall into if it did not develop its own green tech capabilities. And civil society and media also emphasized that human rights concerns in supply chains also applied, adding kind of a more political element outside of securitization sphere. And just to briefly compare the two reactions, in style, the US was much more executive-led. This was led by the party in power and by the presidency, whereas in the European Union, due to multi-level governance, it was, of course, it involved much more legislation and was somewhat slower going. But the securitization dynamic between them were largely comparable, although on the US side, which sees itself as much more of a direct competitor with China, it was much more aggressive. So to finish up, since I know we want to get to the questions, climate, I would say, has now entered, so to say, the balance of power. It is now a consideration and a phenomenon that cannot be imagined as separate from it. It is now seen as an area of crucial competition. How do we mitigate this? Who owns the means to mitigate it? And the EU and the US have engaged in major internal reforms, notably in industrial policy, the IRA, the Green Industrial Plan for the EU, to confront this challenge. And although they differ in shape, they are driven by similar logic of a constructed threat, so to say, to the balance of power and the role that climate change plays in it. However, we of course have to take into account the events that have occurred, especially since Trump was elected. He has moved towards dismantling the IRA and therefore may introduce a dynamic whereby climate change is no longer a field of consensus and something that has to be taken into account by policymakers when they consider international relations. But this remains to be seen, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for another interesting presentation. I think the presentations are fresh in your minds, and we do not have that much time for questions, and I'm sure that your head is buzzing with some. So I'll open now directly the floor to the audience to have any questions or concerns or interventions. All right, I'll start with Dominic.
Both were super interesting. Even though I work in a food systems lab right now, I don't have too much to say on the law aspects of it. But I do have 3 points for the second grade presentation. First of all, if you want to do a deep dive into expertise and what expertise might be, I can really recommend the works of Bruno Latour, which really is, changed a lot of my views on sort of what is expertise and even like who is perceived to have or who is constructed to have expertise and who not, and how that even plays into geopolitics sometimes. Second point would be you mentioned the Cold War and kind of falling back into Cold War schemes. I will send you the paper I read on that recently. I forgot the author, which is super interesting because I think the argument is essentially that to the question, why are we falling back to these like old patterns? Why are we falling back to sometimes also traditional patterns, and then climate or sustainability falls off the agenda? What we saw in, for example, the food security case, that as when we have like threats that are perceived to be more traditional or Cold War era threats, like Ukraine, for example, or great power competition, geopolitics, we fall back into like a certain thinking that we thought we overcame, but that might be a sign that we never internalized thinking about sustainability and climate deeply. We just used the language of it, but the language just got peeled away once we and we fall back into a pattern we thought we overcame, but we probably never did. And the third point was, oh, did I forget my third point? Maybe. Yeah, I did. I think I forgot my first, my second, my third point. I'll come back later, maybe.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. And just to say that Bruno Latour is cited in the paper, so yes.
All right, that's a good save. Thank you so much, Dominic, for shedding light on how structural issues, I'm going to go back to how basically structural changes has not yet been incorporated when it comes to conversations about, be it global energy transitions or about food systems. Now I'm going to transition to another I'm anticipating interesting questions. I'll start with Katinka.
Thank you both for your very interesting presentations. My name is Katinka Jans. I'm currently a student here at the College of Europe in Natolin. I was wondering, my question is addressing Josephine. To what extent do you assess this new Commission's vision on food and agriculture as being reflective of the actual current food security challenges of Europe? To what extent do you see it also as a response to the farmers' protests that we've seen over the past few years, and how do you balance these? Thank you.
Yeah, great question. Thank you. I don't think the farm to fork strategy was helped by the fact that farmers clearly hated it, right? And were very vocal about it. I think what was really a lost opportunity there, that many of the payment schemes that were proposed under the farm to fork changes and also under the CAP were actually very farmer friendly. I think there was a huge disconnect between how the farm to fork and the CAP reforms were envisaged in Brussels and how they were then communicated by the member states to their constituencies. And if I think, for example, about the Netherlands, right, I actually did quite a lot of research also speaking to farmers on the pre-existing biodiversity initiatives and how they were implemented. And I think there was a huge disconnect between the impression of the schemes and what the schemes actually were. And I think that was a real obstacle to implementation. I think it was worsened by the fact that, again, taking the Netherlands as an example, because it was just such a good one, sadly, in this case, a lot of the issues that were coming out, I think at the time of the protests, were actually not a consequence of the farm to fork or the CAP provisions, but rather consequences of lack of implementation of environmental policy for decades preceding, and then sort of the game was up, and I think so. So that's a very long way of saying I think there were larger issues there at stake with the farmers. I don't know if the vision is as strategic as that. I think maybe to some extent the Commission was happy to sort of change the narrative a little bit because it would take some of the heat off. But to be honest, like, even these changes don't entirely take away those existing problems, right? So some issues with nitrogen, for example, will continue to exist even in this new vision. So it doesn't really necessarily resolve all those issues. I think it did change the political narrative a little bit, but I think the underlying issues are still there. So a bit of yes and a bit of no, I guess.
All right, we have 2 questions and too little time. Maybe we start with this question, and then I'd ask the speakers as well to be as brief as possible in order for us to take the second question and do a brief summary of what we had discussed in this session.
Thank you both for an excellent presentations. I have 2 quick questions. The first one is for Harm. I'm just wondering your perception about this competition. I know that the US maybe is out of this competition phase, but I'm just very curious, like, whether you think this kind of competition is going to be a sort of a race to the bottom, or would it be a bit helpful for achieving the climate goals? So this is the first question, and the second question is for Josephine. I'm also wondering to what extent, because you've mainly tackled the political, or like not the political, but the governance aspects on the level of the European Union as well as the levels at the national level, but have you also looked into the individual perception level? Like, have you looked into how maybe shifting the perceptions of the individuals could push both the national level and the European Union to shift gears a bit? Because when I'm thinking about it, like the statistics that you've mentioned, that 90% I think of the agricultural production would be impacted in the south. I think if individuals are informed about this, would that not shift the way they think about food security or the impact of climate in general? Yeah, thank you very much, and sorry for being long.
Okay, that's a really interesting but also potentially huge question. So I'm going to give a very short answer, and then I'm happy to discuss it over drinks later. So yes and no. Basically, a lot of behavioral research has been done on this, shows that individual decision taking on food and especially consumers is actually that people will give one answer as a citizen and then another answer as a consumer. So even if they might be politically aware of these issues and it might lead them to vote in a certain way, their consumption decisions are then very different. So they'll still go for the cheapest meat or the non-organic food, etc. So to actually change, and the question then is which one has a bigger impact, right? Does it matter what people vote, or does it matter what people pay for, or willing to pay for? And that's a real, in this area specifically, there's a real divide between those two kind of identities that people tend to adopt.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I think, would it be a race to the bottom or not? The dynamic, as kind of people hopeful for a more forceful reaction to the climate threat, was that this securitization logic would actually free up a lot of money for addressing the climate transition, as there's nothing that frees up money like security threats for nation states. But of course, it could bring, the securitization logic could also add to competition and to increasing geopolitical confrontation and creating kind of technologies that can only be used within one, for example, geopolitical sphere. And I think it remains to be seen whether the kind of fiscal mobilization capacity of the threat, so to say, will exceed the geopolitical confrontation that may come from it. Thank you.
All right, please be very brief because we have like very 4 minutes.
Philip, yeah, my question is, to what extent do you believe, Harm, this is the EU and the US is building a threat or responding to an actual threat? So is it a threat or is it a built threat, basically?
I would say on the green tech issue, it's more of a built threat. I mean, that's my personal view. I don't see a scenario where China would, for example, cut off exports of green tech to EU or the US, except if something truly dramatic takes place, like Trump invading whatever country you may imagine. So I would say it's more of a built threat in this case, but of course, I'm open to talk about different arenas, for example, military competition over Taiwan, for example, where it would be a real threat.
All right, thank you so much for being super brief. And if anybody has any more questions to any of the panelists, we will have a networking session after the next panel. Very briefly to summarize what we had discussed here, we talked a little bit more about food security and energy. And even though both might seem completely miles away, they actually are combined with the tether of national security and how the European Union has been responding to the war in Ukraine in different manners. One, when it comes to the Chinese threat and the United States threat of the energy security and need to a green transition being pushed further. But when it comes to green security, we have seen relapses when it comes to food securitization narratives being pushed forward as opposed to environmental as well as sustainability concerns, which has essentially been highlighted in our very first session when we talked about the energy trilemma. We had Kevin telling us about a little bit how sustainability is serving the affordability as well as the security narrative, and unfortunately it's yet to be a priority. We're looking forward to change that and to transition into recommendations. That's why I will leave the floor to Beatriz to once again welcome you and to have the three of the great panelists that we had to tell us a little bit more about how we can imagine a future that is optimistic and not pessimistic. Thank you very much.
So, welcome to this final concluding session of the conference. I'm just going to thank the panelists that have agreed to have some extra work for them in this conference. So, Ambassador Arthur Lorkowski, Kevin Loren, Martina Krisman-Rudewijk, and Josephine Van Seven. So they already have made valuable contributions, and we would like them to even do more for us. So throughout the day, we've seen many dimensions of the climate security dilemma. Panel 1 has been exploring energy transitions and the European trilemma of supply, affordability, and sustainability, and how shifting infrastructure and governance are shaping the future of the EU. Panel 2 have talked about conflicts and vulnerability, and we have discussed how climate impacts disrupt statehood. They can create new patterns of instability and basically challenge in general accountability across borders. Panel 3 have shed light over the aspects of economic security. We said highlighting green technologies, rivalry, and also the fragility of food systems under climate pressure. And I kind of had a question that I couldn't ask, but it was basically, I'm going to drop it here, not to answer, but just I was thinking whether this securitization of food system is only about production or soon it will be about processing and distribution as well. So I don't think we have seen everything that will happen there. So each session has been addressing the topic of climate and security from a different point of view and trying to rethink some items here. So we previously asked the panel to think about two things to kickstart this concluding session. The first one is reflecting on today's discussion. What would you identify as one of the most important takeaways from this conference? What we should somehow stay with us beyond this room? And the second question is, if you could each suggest an area, one single area that deserves further either political attention or academic attention, what will that be? What will be the most relevant thing in the coming years? So we can open the closing session this way, and if there's time, we can also address other items. So maybe we can start with Josephine, who is sitting here. We're going to follow the order of how you're sitting.
Okay, well, I needed a second to gather my thoughts, but I will do my best. Most important takeaway, I think one of the great things about today was really that it was very interdisciplinary, and I think, oftentimes these things are still very much sort of studied in silos, and I think that actually stands in the way of us having better solutions to a lot of these problems. So I think having more meetings like this is actually very helpful, but also I think training not only sort of students in general, but also policymakers to see these problems as multifaceted problems, I think is really important, because as a lawyer, well, somebody who mostly does legal research, what I very often see is that, you know, by the time it's in the law, you're like, this is pretty far away from the ecological reality, for example, that we're dealing with, right? And that's quite tricky, because obviously these lawyers that are making the laws don't speak to ecologists or to biologists or whatever it is that they might also want to speak to. So I think that that'd be really great to see more of that, and to see that not only within the social sciences, but also between the social science and life sciences. So then area for more scholarly attention, well, in a way, that. But I think the other thing that I also didn't see that much of today, which I think it's not a critique, but it's just, I think it's quite typical. I think the money. Like we just we need to look more at the money, because I spent quite a lot of my time looking at the financial instruments, for example, related to the just transition. And I think there's a huge amount of literature on the justice part of the just transition, which of course also really matters, but without any discussion or any awareness of where the money actually is, or where it comes from, or where it goes. And I think that's because it's much trickier, admittedly. Again, it's a different discipline. It's a different kind of skill set that you need to have to understand that. But I think without sometimes understanding that really technical financial aspect, it's very difficult to see the full picture. So I think it'd be great to, and this is also true for food, for example, right? The global food markets, I mean, it's an incredibly commodified a resource, as are many things that we're discussing today. And I think to understand those markets better is really crucial, because that will shape a lot of the forces that we're seeing.
Thank you.
One key thought I'm left today concerns the deep internal tensions between the competing objectives within climate-related security strategies. In other words, when we speak of security as we have today in the context of climate change, shouldn't we be aiming for this broadest and the most integrated definition? We're not only facing trade-off within the energy transition itself, but also between food security and environmental sustainability. Political stability and the strength of governing institutions also play a crucial role in determining a society's capacity to withstand natural disasters. Political instability often hampers meaningful climate action, and moreover, climate investment are increasingly entangled with geopolitical dynamics. Countries are attempting to restore a level playing field. For example, in response to China's dominance in electric vehicles, for example, as Harm said, which adds further complexity and tensions. In short, this objective frequently appears to be in conflict across multiple sectors, I would say. Yet today was a very hopeful day, because despite the difficulties, everyone here was working toward understanding the situation and overcoming it, and it was very a message of hope, I would say. And that for me is the most powerful lesson from today's exchange. And one domain that maybe further research will be needed is to think of it in its broader scope about the environmental crisis. We often focus primarily on limiting climate change, typically through the lens of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. However, this narrow focus overlooks other critical dimensions, I think, such as biodiversity loss, land degradation, and also unsustainable resource use. Much of the current direction taken by the European Union, particularly with the recent omnibus initiatives, is far from insignificant, and streamlining permitting processes to accelerate green infrastructure make sense for climate goals, but it will be meaningless if it comes to devastating ecosystem and other living species. I may be exaggerating to make a point here, but the underlying issues remain to... We must not treat this dimension as a competing priorities. I would say that there is a real need for coordinated research, interdisciplinary research also, and reflection to integrate these environmental challenges together rather than in isolation. And it's not about choosing between them, but finding a path that acknowledges their interdependence. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess it's my turn then. So I think that the main takeaway from today's conference is just I became even more sure than before that climate change is a pretty complex issue. And when thinking about climate change, we should also always have in mind like a broader image, like human rights, yes, for sure. Law in general, yes, of course, but also finance, food security, agriculture, and that we should also think about the broader picture here. And that's amazing because it helps me to change the perspective that I have on the issue, to broaden it and to see it from a different point of view. And regarding the possible area of research, then maybe the issue that is very close to my heart, which is like the corporate accountability problem, which is pretty complex because it's connected to finance, it's connected to green transition, because it's very often it's quite hard to proceed with the green transitions without the proper funding, and the problem of lack of political will, which is very hard to overcome. So I think that's the main area of research, is to answer the question how we can maybe encourage the business to get involved into the green transition. That's maybe the first one, because I think that climate change it's so far away that we should mainly adapt to the adverse effects of climate change and to think how we can mitigate the climate change. And maybe how to hold the business liable, accountable for their contribution to climate change, because it's very hard to speak about some proper harm in the lenses of law. So yeah, that's from me.
I would start by saying I was really a fascinating day with plenty of really inspiring contributions, and I would like simply congratulate all of the speakers and of course the audience for the discussion today. It was really inspiring for me to be part of that process. But let me also, I know there's not concluding remarks, but I think this is a part of the summary, that the selection of the topic of today's conference itself, it is something which made this discussion so broad and so deep at the same time. And I would like to congratulate students for taking this decision. I mean, that what you have done several months ago to decide to go for that topic was quite prophetic, and the fact that we can today have the discussion on these tensions between the climate and security, the reality around us just proved that you were right in doing that. But also you were right by selecting the speakers, which were excellent, not only by the quality they provided today, but also by the variety of the perspectives they presented today. And the fact that we managed, which I was afraid of a couple of months ago, to go beyond the military understanding of the security definition. And we managed today even not mention military ones, but rather to focus on different security aspects, starting from food, through energy, through the social issues, state sovereignty, etc. is a takeaway from me that the security issue itself, it's a quite complex issue, and if you add to that the climate complexity, as you mentioned, that is really a matrix of issues which make this topic very complicated. But thanks to today's discussion, at least a structure and approach has been developed how we can think about that and how we can analyze this topic. What is my another takeaway from this conference, that in general there are some topics, some aspects of security/climate discussion which give me a hope that we at least have kind of tools box for dealing with that. Energy is a very good example of that. You presented very eloquently the frameworks which are being applied for managing this tensions between security and environment. The same applies to agriculture. We know we have a structure for the energy policy, for the agriculture policy, we can adapt those policies, we can change them, we can move, but at least we have some fundamentals based on which we can pursue the policy and to address the issue which were identified. We even know how to manage the, let's say, Thucydides trap you have described in the very modern way. I mean, the growing power challenging the existing power. We know that from the ancient time. This is nothing new, but we have the new format simply, which is very much related to the climate, to the technology aspects. But the logic of the conflict is the same. You know, challenging the biggest boss in the room and looking how the boss would react on that and whether this reaction would not provoke the war as it was 1,000 years ago. So we know how to deal with that. What is needed is just to apply this old approaches which have been developed for 1,000 years to avoid such a situation. However, and this is my takeaway, that there are some gaps and there are some shortcomings which we cannot and we don't know how to move forward. And this is the issue of the sovereignty of countries. You elaborated on that, on the example of very good explanation of the Tuvalu case, the country which is sinking and is losing its sovereignty, but also the issue of the legal litigation processes against those who are the polluters, but actually we have limited powers, we have limited tools for approaching them for that. So there are also the limitations, and the limitation we have recognized today. We have to work on the approaches, how to develop further the strategies, how to develop further the policies, so we can develop tools, we can develop mechanisms, we can develop some approaches, to cover those elements which are still outstanding. And I would nominate, by the way, these two elements for the further consideration, following your request in your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We still have some minutes. I don't know if someone in the room would like to ask the panel something or express their own concerns. If not, I will ask them for another round of thoughts. And that could be, no? Okay. That could be, how do you think that we can bring this dialogue forward from this academic debate that we have had here into having some kind of more impact? So what do you think we can do to contribute to this, finding a kind of balance or a good interaction between these two areas, climate and security? So, to be completely fair, I'm going to start now by Ambassador and move this way, so Josephine, I can...
My answer will be very simple. I already mentioned the book which will be produced. So the book will bring that what has been shared today with us into the form which would last for years, and I hope it will fertilize the discussion among those who are now, debating or will be further debating on the issues pertinent for today's discussion. This is a very practical solution, and we haven't invented so far something smarter than just producing books and accumulating the knowledge.
So that's the question that I'm asking myself since I've started to work on my PhD thesis, so for 3 years by now. But I think that the most important thing is dialogue, because dialogue is a basis for a proper communication, and the dialogue should be based with all the representatives that are involved in the issues, so the governments, the representatives of businesses, NGOs, to maybe find a solution, to make a brainstorm, let's say, and to find a solution how to tackle the problem, because as the problem is complex, also the ways to tackle the problem should be complex and should involve many different perspectives. So I think the interdisciplinary dialogue is the way of talking the issue.
Thank you.
I will say the same thing. It's both an issues of information, give information to everyone at every level, even the one of direction, and especially for political dirigents. And the second one will be, like you say, the interdisciplinary development of research. I think there's a lot of researchers developing the type of interdisciplinary research, but there's also others working on their own, and sometimes it can lead to very innovative discoveries that are not fully taken into account by other domain of research. So yeah, that will be it.
Yeah, see, you shouldn't have stopped with me now, because I don't have a very optimistic view on this, but I'll try to turn it into something positive. So I'm really, on a day like today, I think it's really great to see so many early career researchers like bringing such great new ideas. But what I'm very concerned about is that if you talk about climate and security, if you look now at the dialogue, well, I mean, I'm mostly focused on the European Union, which in itself is potentially problematic for this discussion because there are many other areas in the world where very important work is being done, but that's my expertise. Like if you look at Brussels now, nobody's talking about climate anymore. Literally no one. Like it's quite interesting. I've worked on environment for about, 15, 20 years. And in that time, I was, in this obscure field that nobody was interested in. Then all of a sudden, everybody was interesting. Like literally everybody, the tax lawyers, everybody was interested in. And now we've just gone the other way again because people are like, well, the environment is over. It's all about security, and we're going to defund everything we're doing on environment and climate. And so I'm quite pessimistic on that. And I actually think that the only silver lining that I see is that I think the only way that we can bring climate and environment back into the conversation is actually through security, by securitizing this area and by really explaining. But even that, as hopefully my presentation made clear, is tricky, by showing that if we do not address right now climate, biodiversity, and the ecological crisis, then there's nothing left to fight over, right? So this is the security concern. Mm-hmm. And if we don't address that, then all the other things are not going to matter in about, even 20, 30 years from now. So I think in that way, we have to bring the conversation together on these 2 points because it's the only conversation that we can have. But I also see the challenges there because that's actually not, I feel like this would be a natural thing to have happened, and it hasn't happened, right? People are resistant to this conversation, even in the face of these realities. So, I hope that with all the other people in this room, we can make a difference in that, but it's really tricky. It's really tricky.
Thank you. That was a very good, actually, summary of where to focus the conversation and contribute to the narratives, I think, from now on. So I think with that, we're going to conclude this panel and therefore the conference. I want to say thank you again to the students. I'm kind of thinking of a round of applause for them that have carried most of the work here. To all the panelists and those asking questions in the room. And I think I would like to give the floor to Ambassador for final remarks, if you would like to do so. Or it could be just goodbye.
No, just goodbye. And, again, thanking everyone for making efforts and coming to Natolin, to the College of Europe. As you said, the special words of appreciation should go to students, to the group of those who have been participating today, but those also who have been working, for preparing this conference, starting from the call for papers, through the selection process of the papers, by also engaging in different activities, budget, whatever communication activities. It is a whole year effort, and they really deserve of being appreciated for that. So thank you very much for great cooperation. But also, thank you very much for people from the college, for administration. I see Georgios, I don't see Barbara, she's somewhere behind the doors probably. They also supported this project from the very beginning, and of course to you for wonderful, leading us through this event today. And this is my final word. Thank you.
Thank you. You're free to go.